I'll just like do slash marks on the wall for games. I feel okay. Uh, yeah, seems good. Check 1 2. Nope, that's not loud enough. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 check 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check 1 2. That's too loud. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Test 1 2. That's actually not bad. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. That'll do.
for your Cal Poly Pomona Broncos. A 5'7" guard of Jules, California, sophomore number 13, Jackie Ricketson.
A very happy Saturday to you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome into a back-to-back doubleheader of basketball action on BroncoAthletics.com. We are live at Kellogg Arena Central on the Cal Poly Pomona campus, where your Broncos get set to take on the Cougars of Cal State San Marcos and look to build upon their first two victories in conference play, making them a perfect 2-0 in the CCAA. I'm Dan Besbris. Thanks so much for joining us here in the early half of our doubleheader. The women's game will feature a 2-0 record for your Cal Poly Pomona Broncos, and Cal State San Marcos comes in at a very solid 2-1 in CCAA action so far this year. So it should be a pretty good test for the Broncos. The men coming off a couple of losses in conference play, they will play second on this Saturday night. And certainly just stick with us throughout the evening, and you can listen to all of those games right here via the YouTube stream from BroncoAthletics.com. The starting lineup for the visitors from Cal State San Marcos, clad in black with a white trim. The backcourt is a 5'6" redshirt senior from Tustin, California, Dee Armenta. She's wearing number 11 if you're watching on your computer screen. Ashley Jenkins, a 5'5" senior guard from Oroville, California, joins her in the backcourt. Frontcourt of Reagan Lilly, 5'9" junior from Colfax. Monica Friedel, a 6' junior transfer from Canyon Country here in California. And 5'10" junior from Escondido, number 4 on your video screen. That's Savannah Camp. Tip is up and controlled by the visitors from Cal State San Marcos, the Cougars. They are a long and lean team and firing for three, too strong. Savannah Camp trying to pop the lid off this ball game, misses her long jumper with just 15 seconds off the game clock. And now the first possession for your Broncos. And a starting five. What you'd expect, I suppose. Aaron Hagen with the basketball in the far left corner, 5'7" senior from Carson. Comes up top to Jackie Ricketson, the 5'7" freshman from nearby Chino Hills. And into the right side now, Alyssa Benton, 5'10" junior out of Long Beach. On the interior for the Broncos, as they've turned it over, Priscilla Brooks, 5'10" junior rebounding specialist from Riverside. And Chelsea Waddy-Blow, who's been unbelievable for this team, the 6'1" junior transfer from Rialto, a transfer from Chaffey College. She's putting up pretty remarkable numbers so far this year as the Broncos force another miss and come back on their offensive end. A minute off the clock, nothing on the board so far. They go to Waddy-Blow inside. Pump fake moves the entire defense, and she floats one in from about 9 feet out. That's one way to do it. Faked a pass into the right corner, and two defenders stopped looking at her. She never let go of the ball. 2-0 Broncos, and Ricketson a little over-aggressive, trying for the steal. Knocks Reagan Lilly to the floor, and that little pushing foul bringing the ball out of bounds right in front of us along Media Row. Media Row, as you can see from upstairs, green tables on a mostly green facility, some yellow. Broncos in their home whites. The striping on the Broncos uniform, probably not that easy to tell from far away. It almost looks, I would think, jet white from upstairs. The numbers and the letters are green, but a green and yellow sort of double trim along the sides and a yellow rim around the lettering. Another missed jumper for Cal State San Marcos. Broncos defense has been very good so far this year. So no surprise there with a solid start of the defensive end. Hagen a pump fake, one dribble, fires from 18. No, the shot off the right side of the iron. The rebound grabbed in traffic by Ashley Jenkins. Second year Cougar floats a runner in the lane. That rims out, and it's all Broncos out of the basket for the rebound. Jenkins, all CCAA honorable mention last year in her first season with the team as Sierra Community College transfer. Priscilla Brooks in trouble and shuffled her feet. Traveling violation. So we're off and running now. Game one of our Saturday night doubleheader. BroncoAthletics.com. You can get your statistics for the game. It's sidearm stats. All of those links available through the Broncos homepage. Although I don't know that it's begun to update just yet. 7:41 to go. First quarter of action. Remember, it's 4 quarters of play. In the women's game, we're still in halves for whatever reason in the men's game. Silly, stubborn. Time to change it. Savannah Camp thinking about the three straight away. Savannah's a pretty interesting story. There's a high-arcing three-pointer that's off the mark. That looked like it was Lilly in the corner. Camp actually set the program record last year, averaging 16 points per game. Cal State San Marcos, former NAIA institution. This is their second year at the D2 level. Nice pass inside. Ricketson, a bounce pass into the basket to a cutting Aaron Hagen for the layup, and it's 4-0 Broncos. Savannah Camp, all CCAA second teamer, fires a pass inside to Jenkins. Ashley up and under move, no. Rebound snatched away by Allie Toby into the game for the first time. Took it right out of the hands of Waddy Blow. 3-point try, DR Menta, and that one's going to drop through. So after all that, a quick three here for Cal State San Marcos, and it's 4-3, Cal Poly Pomona out in front. Broncos again have won both of their conference games. They won their opener here back on a Tuesday the 28th, then won one on the road later that same week in San Francisco. A game televised on Comcast Hometown Network. That's kind of a neat thing. Going inside to Toby. Allie didn't want it. Outside again, Camp. Air ball. That one clanging off the glass. Missed the rim. Aaron Hagen waiting to catch it. Like a Hail Mary pass. Jackie Ricketson putting up some nice steals numbers for this team. Jordan Shane likewise off the bench. Priscilla Brooks on the glass. Everybody's got a nice role to fill. Ricketson wide open for three. It is good. She doesn't like to shoot. Generally sort of against shooting. Double-digit assists in her last ball game here at home, but when nobody's 10 feet away, you might as well hoist one, and it's 7-3 Broncos. Ricketson onto the board offensively. Cal State San Marcos trying to rebound, a floater, and that one wedgied itself right into the back of the iron and rolled in. Shot was far too strong, but sometimes when you throw it directly on target, you get a more favorable bounce. That one was right at the center of the rim and just deadened off the back of the iron. 7-5, Cal Poly Pomona. Ricketson up top. They're trying to get it to Waddy Blow inside, and they do. And the ruling now, whistle, a push in the back. Allie Toby is going to get called for her first personal foul. Each team now with one. And the Broncos going to get their first subs into the ball game. Head coach Danelle Bishop, in her 7th year with the program, has the luxury of 12 players this year. There were about 8 last season, so she really couldn't rotate guys in and out. And they played an extremely slow ball game, and they're going to call a 3-second violation now on Allie Toby. There were so many games last year, and it was, at times, excruciating, where the Broncos would quite literally just walk it into the front court and wait till the shot clock hit about 8, and then try to get a shot up just to shorten the ball game. Not because they didn't feel like they had a better team than the opposition, they just didn't feel like they had enough bodies. 3-pointer for the lead, and that one is good. DR Menta. 8-7 Cougars out in front. And when you only have 8 guys and you're trying to run 40 minutes out there, Alyssa Benton trying to answer with a 3 of her own. It's short. She knew it, gets her own rebound, goes back up inside and clangs it off the glass high above the rim. She knew her shot was short. She did the right thing, but the second effort was just miscalibrated the thrusters on it. So anyway, just fewer possessions last year. Now they can kind of do what they wanted to do last season, which is go all out on the defensive side, hustle hard, and play a more traditional basketball game. Just try to beat the opposition by making more shots or forcing them to miss more shots, whatever it may be. Crowd kind of trickling in here at the beginning of our night. We got a lot of action left. Waddy Blow doubled on the interior, bounces it off the defender's knee and out of bounds, and it'll stay with the Broncos. With 11 on the shot clock, 3:52 on the first quarter game clock. And we get to our first official stoppage of the night with Cal Poly trailing the Cougars 8-7 early on. You're listening to Broncos basketball, probably watching it too, if you got your computer open. On BroncoAthletics.com, we will be back. Broncos wasting no time, an inbound and a bucket. And they retake the lead 9-8. Dan Vespers with you here on BroncoAthletics.com. A lovely Saturday evening in Southern California. Armenta trying to answer with three. That one was wide left out of her hand, hit the back of the iron and squirted back out with Chelsea Waddy Blow's waiting arms. The Broncos with the 1-point advantage, trying to extend upon it. Passes on the interior, goes off the knee of Waddy Blow, bodies on the ground, and a held ball. And possession arrow is to the Broncos, so Cal Poly will retain, and they'll draw up another one. We had a very brief foray into the ballgame from Jordan Kimbrough. She's back out now. Priscilla Brooks in. Jordan Shane also checking in for the Broncos for the first time. Aaron Hagan out. Waddy Blow inside has it taken away. Ashley Jenkins, right place, right time. She loses it. Down to the ground goes Jordan Shane, and another held ball, and this time it'll be to the Cougars. So they're scratching, they're clawing, they're fighting right now. Two held balls in the matter of moments. And that'll flip that possession arrow back over to the Broncos, presumably. It's still pointed at the Cougar side. Now, there it goes. Jasmine Matar into the game. Handoff Savannah Kemp, and she drains the long two. Jasmine Matar, second year with the program, Orange Coast College transfer. Had a 14-point game at one point last year. There's a nice need on this program. She's tall and lean, not a bad interior defender. Giving up a significant amount of weight to Chelsea Waddy Blow, and they're going to call an offensive foul on Chelsea. Saying she used her off arm to clear out the defender. Tough to see from our angle, but Broncos coaching staff not happy about it. You can certainly guess that. And thinking that's just a situation where a defender's smaller. She's getting backed out of the way, but you got to be careful. Got to keep those arms in tight. Dribble drive, and the ball lost, but right into the waiting arms of D. Armenta on the opposite corner. A little bit of good fortune there for the Cougs. Bouncing with the ball, Ashley Jenkins just fires over the defense. Not a good shot. Too strong. Ricketson the rebound. 2:12 to go, opening quarter. Broncos down by one. Again, we figured this was going to be a good ball game. Pretty evenly matched so far. Waddy Blow, one-on-one inside. Can't get the shot to fall, but a foul. And Chelsea will head to the free throw line. First free shots for either team in the ball game. And for Waddy Blow, she's quite proficient at the foul line. 85%er. On a team leading 34 attempts so far this year. She averages 11.5 points and 6.3 rebounds a game. And this is the best news of all. She does it on 60% from the field. And as we mentioned, 85% at the foul line. Changing the foul from originally, I think they had it on Matar. Now it's going to be on Ashley Jenkins. Doesn't change much for us, I guess. Waddy Blow's first free throw. Hits the front of the iron, bounces around and falls through. Ties the game at 10. Broncos as a team shoot 69% of the foul line. Their opponents this year somehow have only shot 59%. Can't figure that one out. Cal State San Marcos, very good free throw shooting team. They're at 78% as a ball club. Jenkins 83, Camp 81, Armenta 82. Reagan Lilly leads the team in attempts. She's at 74, but there's just really no weak link on that side. If you were thinking about trying to come back on them at the end of a ball game, better to try to lead at that point, I'd reckon. There's Camp with it. Cougars down by one now. Broncos back up by a point. A little seesaw early game action. A tick under 2 minutes in the first quarter. Savannah buried in the right corner. A bounce pass. Post move. Blocked out on the name. That's Lupe Cruz. Comes up top to Armenta for three. That one too strong, hits everything, rolls. And Jordan Shane, one of the smaller folks on the floor, comes down with it. Jordan bounce pass inside to Brooks. Priscilla working quickly, throws it up. No, shot won't drop. Lupe Cruz went to the deck. Broncos just knocking people down right now, but the shots won't fall. Armenta, pump fake. She has not been bashful so far in this one. They're going to try it inside to Cruz. Lupe gets too far into the basket. They swing it out to Camp. Savannah from straight away for three. That's too strong. Rebound, batted into the air and grabbed, who is that? Brianna Porter came out of the pack with it. Looked like 3 or 4 players just clonked heads under the basket. Shekinah Broadway into the game as well, setting a back screen. She gets it back straight away. Broadway quick dribbling to Camp. Savannah unguarded straight away for three. No! Nice play by Jordan Shane to tip that one away from Cruz. And her teammate Marshanique Hall comes out of the pack with it. Dribble drive Marshanique. She throws it to nobody. Trying to draw a foul, but just not a sort of an ill-advised play. Broadway right down the lane, throws a pass right past Brianna Porter and out of bounds, and an ugly last minute and a half for both ball clubs. We'll have two coaching staffs up off the bench. Renee Jimenez has bounced around the CCAA. She's her second year as the head coach in Cal State San Marcos. Joined them last year when they made the transition to D2. She's assisted by Dario Frias and Dale Parker. The Broncos' assistant coaches, Kevin Adams, the associate head coach, and Jada Blackwell, program associate. We'll see her on the sidelines today. Jordan Shane to Hall. Now Brooks, about 5 seconds separating shot and game clock. Ricketson's going to try another three. It's on target and bounces in. The soft touch. Still 12 seconds to go in the first quarter, though. Broncos by 4. Here comes Broadway. Shekinah right down the lane. Jordan Shane falls down, and a foul going to go against Shane before the shot. Actually turned out to be an okay foul. Broadway was going straight down the lane, and it's only the third team foul. So if the Broncos want, they could wait 3 or 4 seconds and take another one. They send somebody out there that doesn't play more than 15 to 20 minutes, slap someone on the wrist. You don't want Shane to do it. Around a screen comes Jenkins straight to the basket. Her shot blocked by Kimbrough, and I think that'll be how the first quarter ends. Brooks just hanging on to it. Buzzer sounds, and we'll take a break with Broncos out in front here after one 10-minute segment, 14-10 on BroncoAthletics.com. Broncos have the basketball, opening up the second quarter with a 4-point lead at Kellogg Arena. I'm Dan Vespers. Kimbrough kicks it out to Brooks. Jordan Shane, good look at a three, a little bit short though. And Savannah Camp clears it. Try to use both names talking about the visiting teams. I know that you know these Broncos players to some degree. By the second half, we'll probably shorten it up a bit. You just only get to see these other teams one time a year. Not like the NBA where you play a team twice at home, twice on the road. Here it's one at each place. On the floor, well, Camp firing again. We were going to tell you the lineup for the Cougars opening the second quarter of play. We'll give you the Broncos names instead. Hall, Kimbrough, Brooks, Shane, and Ricketson. Jordan didn't want the three that time. Instead to Kimbrough, baseline jumper, good. Broncos by a half dozen. It's 16-10. Nice play by Shane. They were giving her that three-pointer. She said, you know what, I'm going to just get myself into the flow here. Ricketson tips it away. That'll roll out of bounds. Stays with the Cougars. Quick hands, Jackie Ricketson. She has 13 steals on the season for the Broncos. That leads the club by quite a bit. Nobody else had more than 8 coming into this one. There's Jenkins. No rest for the weary. Ashley Camp. Back to Jenkins again. Bouncing on Shane, just going to fire over her and drops it through. That's a mean-looking shot right there. 16-13 Broncos, lead cut in half. Hall bouncing into the offense, trying to get it to Waddy Blow underneath. The zone defense dropping down. Pretty good series of passes there. Chelsea, however, tried to get it up quickly and banged it off the right side. Jenkins may have gotten away with a carry. Dribbling through a double team, finds Armenta in the left corner. D, nowhere to go. And the Cougars will reset. Comes to Jenkins' left wing. San Marcos moving right to left across your YouTube screen. Yeah, that's the time we live in now. Armenta dribble drive, floater from the free throw line. No, wouldn't stay down. Offensive rebound taken away from Camp by Brooks. The Broncos have possession. Hall across the timeline to Ricketson, left wing. Jackie, cross-court pass, Shane. Jordan inside to Waddy Blow. Chelsea over the defense, no, but arms came down. Monica Friedel just brought both hands straight down on Chelsea. That's a foul. And Waddy Blow back to the foul line.
That's her first personal foul, first team foul.
Jackie Ricketson, we talked about her 13 steals. She also leads the team in assists with 29 coming into this ball game. Nobody else in the Broncos in double digits. Waddy Blow misses the first of two. Second on the team in assists, a two-way tie. Dominic Dotson and Jordan Shane have 7 apiece. Marshall Hall actually with 7 apiece as well, but Jackie all on her own, averaging almost 4 a ball game. Second free throw is good. What a difference Chelsea Waddy Blow's making for this team. Coming off a monster of a game in her last one. Broncos on the road in San Francisco. She went 7 out of 8 from the field. Savannah Camp drive to the lane, blocked by Jordan Shane from behind. Little Jordan Shane comes away with the rejection and a traveling violation on Aaron Hagen's going to give it right back. In that ball game, 7 out of 8 from the field and 6 out of 7 from the foul line. Tidy little 20.5 rebound performance for Chelsea Waddy Blow. That's pretty good. 20 points on 8 shots. 2.5 points per shot attempt. That's incredible. Jenkins working on Hagen. Broncos switching here on the perimeter. Jordan Shane thinking about trying to take it away from Reagan Lilly, and instead now Broncos forcing San Marcos into a shot clock situation. With 5 on the clock, boom, down goes the 3. Ashley Jenkins again from outside. And it's 17-16 Cal Poly Pomona. So Jenkins just firing away. Aaron Hagen, left wing, just got whistled for a traveling violation. I'll tell you what's interesting is Ricketson has it now in the right corner. Ashley Jenkins had only taken 19 three-pointers coming into this one, and she's just firing at will. Jordan Shane looking to answer for 3. In and out. It's been D. Armenta and Savannah Camp that have taken all the three-pointers, and a lot of them, by the way, for this San Marcos team. Here comes Jenkins driving, gets behind the defense, handoff Lilly. Reagan spinning baseline, juggles the basketball, gets it back, pivots one way, the other to cutting Camp. Savannah shot off the back of the iron, and a nice box out by Ricketson. Jackie comes away with a rebound. 17-16 Broncos, 6 minutes to go, second quarter. Cal Poly trying to open it back up again. Biggest deficit of the game, 2. Biggest lead of the game, 4. Waddy Blow popping up top to receive the pass. Shot clock starting to wind down on the Broncos. Finds its way to Shane. Over the top, Waddy Blow can't hang on to it. Stumbling and knocks down Camp. Unfortunate series of events there. Waddy Blow picks up her second personal foul. Just lost her balance and knocked somebody over. And she's probably going to have to come out of the ballgame. Well, we'll see where the substitutions are now. Broncos have too many people on the floor. They were about a fraction of a second away from drawing a technical foul. You don't want to do that. 3 points in this ball game. Looks like scoring going to be at a bit of a premium. Comes Jenkins again. Whoever's dealing with her, he's got her hands full. Dominic Dotson into the game for the Broncos. 5'5" freshman, Los Angeles kid. Jenkins. There's Caitlin Reyna cutting towards the basket. The layup. Oh, wouldn't stay down for her. These rims are sealed tonight. 17-16 Cal Poly. Another minute off the clock. Alyssa Benton, pump fake, dribble drive to Hagan. Aaron, baseline jumper, no, but she got knocked down. D. Armenta did not give Hagan space to land on the jump shot. Linnea Mena arguing that Hagan just fell down. Regardless, she's going to shoot a couple of free throws on the other side of the break. 4:58 showing on the second quarter game clock here on Saturday night basketball action. Broncos leading 17-16 on BroncoAthletics.com. There's some seriously goofy rules in the college game. It's not ruled a shooting foul. They're ruling that it was when Hagan landed after the shot, which to me seems like it's part of the shot. It's not a knock on this officiating crew. It's a knock on how absurd the college rules are sometimes. That's part of the shot. If you don't let somebody fall, that's craziness. This is like how to placate both teams on a play. Anyway, 17-16 Broncos. Dotson's going to fire for three. Oh, right on target, hits the back iron. Alyssa Benton saves the rebound. Thought they might have had Hagan under the basket, but the defense clamped down. Dotson moving quickly left to right. Broncos left to right as well across the floor. Kimbrough outside, Ricketson back up top, Hagan. Aaron looking left, fires left. Benton back up top, Dotson. Dominique, one bounce to Ricketson. Jackie driving, bounces off the defense, and a blocking foul. Going to be called Natalie Delgado, who just popped into the ball game for the first time. That's got to be on the shot, right? Okay. Ricketson, high arcing free throw, crawls its way in. Thanks again for tuning in, folks. I can see the YouTube listenership slowly climbing throughout this first half of action. We ended up with a pretty good turnout on that Tuesday evening affair. Imagine, I don't know if that's going to be higher or lower on a Saturday. Many of you might be out doing stuff. Hopefully you're here. Spin move towards the basket, and a nice one. Caitlin Reyna finishes with the right hand. It's 19-18 Broncos. And immediately Donnell Bishop wants to get Priscilla Brooks back in there. Kimbrough has got taken to school a little bit. Jordan, a 6'1 junior transfer from Lane Community College. To a cutting Ricketson. Jackie right under the basket. The high layup. That one right off the top of the glass. Well, she figured she needed to get it over the defense, and she did so. Ricketson's making her count today. She's got 7. She doesn't usually want to shoot, as we mentioned. Oh, scratch that. She's got more than that now. Chloe Eccles into the game. 3-point try off the mark. That was Delgado, and the rebound inside Kimbrough. Good box out by Jordan. Broncos by 3. 21-18, 3:10 to go, second quarter. Winding down the first half of our Saturday night doubleheader. Here comes Hagan. 2 bounces. Now a handoff Dotson. 14 on the shot clock. Dominique working on Jenkins. She didn't want to. Ricketson, tough pass to the right side. Benton, Alyssa driving, spins back towards the middle, loses it inside, and what's the call? Traveling violation. And I could actually hear the Broncos coaching staff calling it before the officials did. Officiating crew wanted to make sure they were on the same page. They were. Now we got wholesale substitutions here on the Cal State San Marcos side. Armenta into the ball game, Ali Toby into the game, Reagan Lilly into the ball game. Dotson forces the steal. Brilliant play, ball out of bounds to the Broncos. Also Camp and Broadway, the 5 on the floor for the Cougars. For the Broncos, it's Dotson, Hagan, Benton, Ricketson, and Brooks. Pass comes out towards center court to Benton. Alyssa bounces to Brooks, double teamed. Outside Hagan. Aaron terminates the dribble up top. Benton now inside Brooks. Brilsilla right under the basket. Sealed the defender and just dropped that thing casually over the front of the iron. 23-18, Broncos by 5. One shy of their biggest lead of the game, which was 6. Dribble drive and a tough shot. Not going to go. In fact, I think Brooks might have gotten a hand on that one. And then a foul going to be charged to Ali Toby of the Cougars. And the Cougars are going to take a quick timeout. 30-second timeout, Broncos by 5. Priscilla Brooks playing some tight defense. We'll see if the Broncos can open her up before halftime when we come back on BroncoAthletics.com. Just a little over 2 minutes to go in the first half. San Marcos took the timeout. Broncos have the basketball. Sort of unusual. Hagan, fancy behind the back dribble, gets to the rim, can't get the layup to drop. And, a quick held ball ruling on that one. It's going to be San Marcos basketball, but that call actually helped the Broncos a little bit. It looked like Camp was just moments away from wresting that thing away from Brooks. Priscilla was hanging on by a knuckle. So the Broncos now will have it on the next held ball or out of the halftime break, when, frankly, that probably was going to be San Marcos ball anyway. Spin inside, and the layup good. Lupe Cruz. Ire setting in here on the Broncos sideline. The coaching staff wanted a traveling violation. They didn't get it. Pass over the top inside Benton. Alyssa along the left block, kicks it outside Dotson. A left corner 3 off the back of the iron. Long rebound, kicks out to Broadway, and a fast break opportunity for the Cougars. Shekinah driving on Ricketson, kicks it outside. Armenta, D back to Broadway. The defender, who was that? Hagan tripped over, I think, her own bench. And fortunately for the Broncos, the shot clangs off the backside of the rim and shoots out of bounds. And it'll be Cal Poly basketball with 1:22 to go in the opening half. Broncos right now led in scoring by Ricketson. Waddy Blow's got 7, but she also has 2 fouls, so they're keeping her on the bench. Used 3 in the second half. Here comes Brooks. Priscilla right to the rim. Scores with the right hand. And the Broncos once again lead by 5. Priscilla's just too quick. So big and so strong. She moves very abruptly. It surprises a lot of folks. Broncos playing good defense here. San Marcos maybe thinking about a 2-for-1. They get a shot off in the next 10 seconds or so. Camp fires. Long 2, no. Rebound, volleyball, and stolen by Armenta. You got a box out there. Camp thought about it again. No, this is Lilly. She drives, kicks it to the corner now. Cruz, Lupe to the basket, and blows the layup. There wasn't a defender there. Broncos catch a break again. 2 plays in a row where they probably could have had a bucket scored on them. 25-20, Cal Poly, about 3.5 seconds separating shot and game clock. Cal Poly just taking it right to the rim. It's Brooks. Defense can't stop her. Priscilla using the left this time. Ambidextrous, and a timeout taken by San Marcos. They're going to try to set up a last play here in the first half, but for Cal Poly, biggest lead of the ball game right now. 27-20. Broncos out in front on BroncoAthletics.com. Back in 30 seconds. 14 seconds to go in the opening half. The Cougars setting up a final play. Game clock down to 7. Lob over the top to Cruz. They're running out of time now. Lupe driving, has it stolen by Hagan, and that's how the first half ends. So whatever the Cougars were trying to do on that set, it never really materialized. The Broncos force a steal, and the first half buzzer sounds. With the Broncos out in front by a touchdown, 27-20 the score. Cal Poly, not a bad half. Good defensively again. Shots maybe didn't fall the way they wanted them to, but they stopped the other team from scoring, and that's always priority number one. We'll take a 15-minute break. Back with statistics from half number one. We'll get you situated, and then we'll wrap it up game number one on the other side of the halftime break. So long, everybody. Have a snack. That's about right, isn't it? We'll be back. Welcome back out of the halftime break, ladies and gents. Dan Besbris with you here at Kellogg Arena, the home of your Cal Poly Pomona Broncos. And Broncos lead this one 27-20 after 20 minutes of action against the Cougars of Cal State San Marcos. It's been a pretty hotly contested first half. I thought fairly well played on both sides. 7 turnovers for the Broncos, only 3. The Cougars took excellent care of the basketball, but they shot just 8 for 31, so Broncos played great defense, and Chelsea Waddy-Blow right out of the chute gets inside and scores, and the Broncos lead at 29-20 right out of the halftime break. Cal Poly getting outshot by 9 in this ball game, although they have 6 more free throws than the Cougars do. That's a big call, by the way. Waddy-Blow draws her 3rd personal foul, and she's immediately coming over to the bench. Looks like she might have tweaked something. Scoring-wise, Chelsea's got 9. That's second on the Broncos. Jackie Ricketson has 10 on a perfect 3 for 3 in this ball game. She also has a couple of free throws. Broncos have 8 assists on their 10 field goals, now 9 on 11 of them so far. So they've been efficient on the offensive side, and they've been better on the defensive side. That's been the key for this team with their 2-0 opening to conference play. Cal State San Marcos has not really been able to slow the Broncos down, but they've been able to grab 3 offensive rebounds and turn that into a couple of points. And they have 4 3-pointers in 15 tries, so 4 of their buckets went for an extra point, and that's how they're hanging around. Bad pass. Priscilla Brooks threw it right into the arms of D. Armenta. She was just standing there, and she found it. D, a runner. That's a tough shot. Boy, I think she should have gotten something better than that. Ball out of bounds, last touched by the Cougars, and so it'll be back to the home team. Broncos moving right to left here in the second half in the home whites with the green lettering. Visitors from San Marcos to our south. Cal State San Marcos is down most of the way to San Diego. You see a lot of players on this team from the San Diego area. It's a really nice area. A lot of them are near San Diego. Broncos 29, Cougars 22. 9 minutes to go, third quarter. Just getting the second half going. Cal Poly running out of time on this possession. Shot clock at 5. Here comes Ricketson around a screen, a second screen. She's got to just get it up. Drives to the rim, floats it up, and gets blocked. I think that was Monica Friedel who got a hand on it. And the Broncos a 30-second shot clock violation. So a nice defense by the Cougars on that set. Broncos just had nothing going, and Ricketson gets her first miss of the ball game. Had her shot tipped on its way up, didn't get to the iron. Handoff, Lilly, nobody picked her up. Brooks then picks her up late, but fouls her. And that'll be a couple of free throws.
Fouls for the Broncos, 34, Priscilla Brooks. That's her first personal foul, second team foul. And the line shooting the Cougars.
That'll be a shooting foul, and Reagan Lilly hits the first one. I told you this Cal State San Marcos team very good at the foul line. Lilly, who's, believe it or not, kind of the worst of the funky bunch here, the ones that shoot all the free throws. She's at 74%, and she did miss one there, but that's a 78% free throw shooting team. Broncos do not want to put them on the foul line. And Cal Poly has 2 personals in the first minute and a half. Again, 10-minute quarters, remember. 5 is the penalty, just like the Bigs. Kimbrough, pass inside to a cutting Priscilla Brooks, who scores. Nice execution on offense. Broncos open it back up to an 8-point lead. That's their biggest of the ball game now. Armenta fakes a 3 in the corner. Brooks isn't buying what she's selling. Ashley Jenkins kind of kept him in the game with a couple of big 3-pointers. Lilly looking for Camp. Now does give it that way. Pass over the top, back to Lilly, baseline. She had a pretty good look. Didn't want it. Camp driving right into the defense. Handoff outside, and a long 2 is missed. That was Monica Friedel from the right elbow extended. And Priscilla Brooks gets another rebound. Ricketson bounce inside Kimbrough. Jordan, one bounce. Her pass intended for Aaron Hagan on its way out of bounds. Ooh, almost clanged into some fans in the first row. That's what you get when you sit courtside. Broncos got a little bit excited on that offensive set, and it cost them. 31-23, 7.5 minutes showing on the third quarter game clock. Broncos, again, leading by 8. They've been out in front most of the ball game. Very slowly they've increased the lead. You just wonder, is there a couple of 3-pointers on the way? That ball was last touched by San Marcos. Good hands by Aaron Hagan to reach into the passing lane. She tipped it off of the Cougar nearest to the basketball. It's one of those weird situations where you see the ball kind of change trajectory, and in a frantic move to try to catch it, you end up just sort of high-fiving the ball out of bounds. Broncos with possession now, up by 8. Ricketson around the defense. Pull-up jumper off glass, in and out. Rebound goes behind those closest to the basket, and it's grabbed by Reagan Lilliot near the free throw line. Handoff Jenkins. Ashley, chest pass into the corner. Armenta. D up top now. Lilly once again. Reagan, Camp. Ponytails swinging like a metronome. Jenkins fires long 2 off the mark. Kimbrough the rebound. You've got Chelsea Waddy-Blow with 3 personal fouls. So the Broncos without their leading scorer. Shane, a pull-up jumper, looked short out of her hand, and it was. Broncos fighting for the rebound. What do we got? And a loose ball foul. Going to go against Aaron Hagan. Tough to fault the player for playing aggressively. You want your mistakes to be mistakes of effort as opposed to mistakes of lack thereof. But with 2 personal fouls in the quarter already, that's a spot where maybe you think about just letting the player hold on to the rebound they already had. Camp driving on Shane, needs to shoot over her and cannot do it. That's what they should have done to begin with. Shane is too quick. You're not going to drive on her. You're going to back her down. Jordan driving. Whoa, wild scoop shot with the left hand. Will not drop. Hit the side of the backboard, but a foul is going to bail her out. Reagan Lilly will draw the personal, and Jordan Shane's going to shoot a couple of free throws. By the way, those of you watching on the YouTube channel, Shane hits the free throw. The stats are now up and running, so you don't need me to recite them to you anymore. I will officially take this paper and put it in the recycling bin. The magic of the internet. Shane misses the second free throw. Broncos by 9, 32-23, 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Jenkins fires a long lead pass to Lilly. Reagan cut off baseline. And a soft bounce pass comes out right wing to Camp. Savannah driving left on Shane, tries to spin back right, hands it off instead to Jenkins straight away. Ashley around the screen from Camp, driving to her left. Tough shot, blocked by Kimbrough, but a foul. Oof, I don't know about that one. Jordan was just standing there, arms in the air. They're going to say that she kind of rotated into the driving Ashley Jenkins. And so Jenkins will shoot a couple of foul shots. The live stat portal has a fun little line, if you can follow. It almost looks like graffiti on a basketball court. It tracks the flow of the ball game. Although it's sort of a little bit misleading. Broncos are up by 9 right now, so that line should probably be a little bit farther than it is. It just sort of tracks momentum. 32-25, both free throws good for Jenkins. They don't miss too many. Kick ball violation. The Broncos will get a fresh shot clock. Nope, 15 on the shot clock. Jenkins has 10, by the way, in the ball game, although now you can see it on the internet yourself. Inbound pass comes to Shane, right wing. Jordan bouncing behind a Kimbrough screen. Drives, handoff Kimbrough. Jordan, her shot off the mark. Benton fighting for the rebound. Tips it out of bounds. So that'll be Cougars basketball, trailing your Broncos by 7. Drive right to the rim, count the basket and the foul. Ali Toby went right by Kimbrough, and that's going to get Brooks back in. That's the second time that Kimbrough's just been beat, and not from the three-point line. We're talking about pretty close to the rim. Got to get those feet shuffling. 32-27 right now. Cougars have a chance to get to within 4 for the first time in a little while. Ali Toby, 19 out of 24 at the line this year, and she makes her free throw. They just do it. 80%er. Can't send him to the foul line. The Broncos are in the penalty now the rest of the way this quarter, so every foul is going to send a good free throw shooter an opportunity to get a couple of points uncontested. Marshanique Hall Eyes up, looking for her teammates. Dotson, Benton, not much developing. Now they go to Brooks in the post. Priscilla trying to go to a move, and she just lost it right between the legs. Went through the legs of the defense as well, but ended up in the arms of the Cougars. Jenkins to the rim, handoff under the basket. Toby gets pushed from behind by Brooks, and that's 2 more free throws coming. Well, we'll get a break beforehand. 4:40 on the game clock. Broncos have stagnated here. 5 straight for the Cougars. Chance for a couple more. And the Cal Poly's lead is down to 4. We'll take a break. In the third quarter action on BroncoAthletics.com. Broncos have hit the pause button a little bit here the last 2 minutes or so. And Cal State San Marcos has come storming back via the foul line. Dan Vespers courtside at Kellogg Arena. Allie Toby, 80% free throw shooter, makes both. And a 7-0 run by the visitors has cut the Broncos' lead from 9-2. Closest the game's been since the first half of action. Let's see if Cal Poly can counter. They've had their big score in foul trouble. Marshanique Hall right to the rim, floats it in, count the basket and the foul, and Marshanique's got a chance for a 3-point play. Nice play drawn up during that timeout by Donnell Bishop and the Cal Poly Pomona coaching staff. That's what they needed. Opportunity to get a bucket, kind of stem the tide. See if you can steal a little bit of that momentum back. Free throw is good for Hall, and the 3-point play completed. And it's 35-30 Broncos now, with a little over 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. We've been moving along at a pretty good clip in this ball game. A few more free throws in this quarter than we saw early on. Camp driving on Ricketson. Fadeaway baseline J, not close. Alyssa Benton, the rebound, and then throws it to the wrong team. That could cost them. The Broncos right back on defense. The team's got to race back now. And a whistle. A loose ball foul. No, foul away from the basketball. A couple of players got tangled up, and it's going to go on Priscilla Brooks. And it's free throws again. Caitlin Reyna for the Cougars waiting to check into the ball game. And might be for Toby. Allie Toby out of Porterville, Central Valley kid. Transfer from the College of the Sequoias. They don't have actually called a College of the Sequoias football game. Doesn't have anything to do with anything. There's a rare miss. If she makes the second one, you might see her substituted for. Guess we'll see. No reason to surmise when we can just sort of wait and find out. Second one is up and good. And indeed, Toby gets high fives from her teammates. She checks out. It's 35-31, Cal Poly by 4. And the Broncos with the basketball. Trying to figure out a way not to foul this team. There's a 16th foul this quarter, and they're just keeping him in the ball game. Hall, right wing. Had a brief opening, instead decides to drive, and another floater in the lane. That was almost the same shot. Didn't get hit on that one, though. 37-31 Broncos. 5 quick ones here for Marshanique Hall, making her presence known here in a pivotal moment of the third quarter. Home field advantage kicking in, perhaps. A spin from Reyna, nowhere to go. Kicks it outside. Oh, good pump fake. Lily right to the rim, layup short. Aaron Hagen, good box out. Elbows out, holds the rebound, and the Broncos leading by 6. Trying to snatch that momentum back. Dominique Dotson in the left corner, bouncing with the right hand, now between the legs. Fires it up top, Hall. Marshanique, another dribble drive. Lefty scoop shot, no, that one didn't get up over the iron. A little bit of a heat check. Armenta thought about the pull-up 3. Instead, up top now Jenkins. Ashley 35 feet away. A whistle. What do we got? Another foul away from the basketball. This one is going to be against Alyssa Benton. And it's back to the foul line again. So Caitlin Reyna the foul line this time. She's 5 for 8 at the free throw line. Hadn't shot many, but makes that one. Now 6 for 9, trying to get up to an even 70% on the year, and does. I mean, that's a lot. That is a lot of fouls in this quarter. Broncos coaching staff pleading with the officiating crew. Dotson, fake left, goes right, bounces into the key. Handoff now Hagen at the left elbow, having trouble holding on to the basketball. That was an ill-advised shot, but she got bailed out. Hagen was diving towards the sideline, and a San Marcos defender kind of undercut her a little bit. That shot had almost no prayer of going in. So we had a nice tempo in the first half. That's gone now. Free throw is good. Both teams shooting foul shots. Renee Jimenez trying to get an explanation from the officiating crew. Can't complain much if you're San Marcos. You've been shooting free throws like they're going out of style. They're 11 out of 13 in the ballgame, and most of them have come in this quarter. In fact, we can tell you exactly how many because we have halftime stats to go to. All of them. Defender falls down, no whistle. Shot is up, rolls off the left side of the iron. Aaron Hagen the rebound. Broncos by 6, 2:18 to go, third quarter. Cal Poly thought about running, but they'll slow it up now. Hall to Ricketson, left corner. Jackie right in front of her bench to a cutting Dotson right under the basket. Dominique scores with the left hand, and the Broncos by 8. 2 minutes to go, third quarter. Cal Poly starting to open it up a little bit again. Jenkins working on Dotson, 23 on 23. Camp fires high, arcing three-pointer, rattles through. 41-36, that's a big shot. 5th three-pointer made for the visitors from San Marcos. The Broncos have 2. They haven't taken that many. Hagen straight away, well beyond the three-point line. Long pass to Benton, now back up top Dotson. Dominique, the layup, opened things up for a little bit. Handoff Ricketson, Jackie driving with the left hand, blocked by Jenkins. Ball rolls out of bounds. It'll be back to the Broncos, and they're going to want a shot clock adjustment. I think they want to put 8 on it. Reading the officials' hands and mouths here with the headset on. And yeah, indeed, that's 8 seconds on the shot clock. A pretty good defensive play by Jenkins. That's a block. Inbound pass to Hagen at the elbow. Aaron drives, gets clipped. Handoff outside Hall. Marshanique, another floater. No. Rebound grabbed inside by Caitlin Reyna, and then she's immediately tied up by Hall. Possession arrow pointing to the Cougars, but a nice play by Marshanique. That'll get the Broncos a possession somewhere down the line. We have at least one official possession change left in this ball game. That would be the start of the fourth quarter, and it's coming up in a minute 15. Uh-oh, nobody guarding Chloe Eccles. Three-pointer in and out. Rebound volleyballed out, and the foul will go against the Cougars this time. Caitlin Reyna getting called for going over the back of a Broncos player. And on the 4th team foul, Cal Poly will have that thing out of bounds. Some foul trouble for the Broncos. Waddy Blow and Brooks each with 3. Danielle Bishop just trying to hang in there here. They've got a 5-point lead. See if they can hold into that fourth quarter, get the big horses back in there. Dotson to the rim, runs over the defender, and an offensive foul. Broncos coaching staff pointing at the restricted area. Official says no, he was looking right at it. I didn't see it. I am opinionless on that play. It did look like she was a bit out of control, for whatever that's worth. Try to be a little bit unbiased here. Home announcer, but that one certainly could have gone either way. 51 seconds to go in the third quarter. San Marcos can play for a 2-for-1 if they wanted. Get a shot up right around the 40-second mark. It's at 43 now. Jenkins hesitates, nearly has it stolen by Jenkins. Instead finds Camp. Pump fake, drive baseline, step back jumper, good. Nice shot by Savannah Camp, cuts it to a 3-point ball game. But they didn't get it off early enough, and the Broncos can now play for the final shot, and they should. Camp's had a rough night. Just 2 made buckets in 14 tries. Broncos have locked her down. But we got ourselves a ball game, 41-38. Ashley Jenkins has been big, and the free throw line has been the great equalizer. 8 on the game clock, 8 on the shot clock here in the third. Hall driving to her left, stutter step, loses it, gets it back, fires off glass, no. Tries to get her own rebound, puts it back up, no. And the quarter comes to an end. So not a great quarter for the Broncos. They were able to hang on in this one and maintain a narrow 3-point edge going into the fourth, with each of their 2 interior players in foul trouble in Brooks and Waddy Blow, and they're both coming in to start the fourth. And if everything goes according to plan, they'd probably play the whole darn quarter. 41-38 the score. We step aside, one final quarter break on BroncoAthletics.com. Cal Poly out in front. Broncos with possession to open the fourth, leading 41-38. They got their big guys back in there, and Brooks and Waddy Blow. They've been in foul trouble through almost the entire third quarter, and it really changed the ball game. I'm Dan Vespris. This is Broncos basketball. And Cal Poly trying to figure out a way to get it to the interior men. Not going to work. Dotson fires a corner 3. It's off the mark. Ricketson nearly with the steal off the rebound. But a chance now to tie for the visitors. San Marcos pushing their way slowly back into this ball game, utilizing bigger players against younger Broncos. Jenkins crosses over, got a little bit of space but didn't want the shot. Was Lilly? No. Reagan drives right to the basket, scores. Brooks looked like she was trying to avoid getting a foul on that play, and it's a 1-point ball game. Broncos need something here. They need stops or buckets, one of the two. But this one has gotten a bit too close for comfort. Dotson to Brooks, a whistle, and a foul away from the basketball. I believe it's going to go against Ali Toby. No, excuse me. Yep, had it right. He showed 41, he changed it to 42. Sometimes I'm one click ahead of the officials. Most of the time I'm about 8 clicks behind. Fresh shot clock here for the Broncos. Dotson into the corner. That's Hagan. Back up top now, Ricketson. Inside, Waddy Blow. Got herself positioned and then dropped it out of bounds. St. She just lost grip on the basketball, or did it go off of her? They're really squeezing Chelsea when she gets the basketball. Multiple defenders are coming, and they are just really pincering her. Almost no room to operate. Chance to take the lead now for San Marcos. They trail by 1. Camp driving to her right. Step back jumper in and out. Boy, that one almost stayed in. Armenta comes racing in. Broncos guards needed to come back and help. Big guys were fighting. Couldn't do it by themselves. Another chance for the lead here. Armenta, right wing. D squaring up. Kind of bouncing on her tippy toes. Drives baseline, cut off. Camp going to try again. Just not her night. Brooks has it nearly taken away by Armenta. Finally, the Broncos able to capture one. Lead pass to Ricketson. Jackie's left-handed layup off the mark. Gets her own rebound. Has it stripped away by Jenkins. Broncos miss an opportunity. Jenkins driving down the lane. Gets into traffic. Loses it. Bodies on the ground. Who's got it? Dribble drive. A foul and free throws coming. Sloppy possessions there. Reagan Lilly somehow ended up with the basketball and just got clubbed by Waddy Blow. And again, good foul shooters here. A chance. There's the tie. Well, Ricketson had a wide open left-handed layup. She's going to get a breather. Along with Priscilla Brooks coming out. Broncos have stopped scoring. Need that big push here. They are officially behind now. First time in a long time. (42-41). Cal State San Marcos. Defensive struggle here in the opener of our Saturday night twin bill. Where are the Broncos going to go for their offense? Dotson driving baseline. Gets her shot rejected on the interior. And a nice defensive play. That was Lupe Cruz got a hand on it. Corralled the rebound, and here comes Jenkins. Racing the other way, might have double dribbled. Handoff Armenta, three. That's off the mark. Cruz battling for the rebound with Marshani Call, and a held ball will give it back to San Marcos. Jordan Shane has been resting for a while. A little surprised. I thought she played okay in her 9 minutes in the first half. Couldn't get the shot to fall. Broncos, somebody's got to step up for this team. It's been a very quiet offensive half. Camp for three. Was that a no, long two. 44-41. Timeout Broncos. Cal Poly's offense has hit a wall. And they trail by three. 44-41 with just under 7 minutes to go. Still plenty of time to get this thing done. We'll step aside. And when we come back, Broncos have the ball. Needing points from BroncoAthletics.com. Well, things have taken a little bit of a turn here for the Broncos. They're seeing if they can get that offense going again. It had abandoned them here for about a 6-minute stretch back into the third. Marshanique Hall with a long two just inside the three-point line. That was a big one. And Cal Poly cuts their deficit to just a single point once more. Marshanique Hall has hit a couple of big shots in this ball game. See if they call upon her anymore. Here comes Cruz driving into Waddy Blow. Lefty layup off the mark. Here comes D. Armenta sprinting in, but going to get whistled for an over in the back violation. whoever's got Armenta for the Broncos on that end of the floor has got to put a body on her. That's about the third time she's come flying in from the perimeter. And they know the Broncos don't want to run, so there's sort of no disadvantage to crashing the glass. Here comes Hall again. She got cut off by 3 defenders this time. Needs help, finds Shane. Jordan crosses over, drives left, gets bumped, throws up a wild shot, almost got it to drop. And Jordan's going to shoot a couple of foul shots. Now the Broncos now a chance to move back in front. So here we go. Back and forth, and back and forth. Jordan Shane, 1 out of 2 at the foul line tonight. Hits the first one. It's 10 out of 13 there on the season. Doesn't shoot all that many of them. Aaron Hagen, oddly enough, has 25 free throw attempts. That's second most. Third most, excuse me. Waddy Blow and Brooks. As you'd figure, the 2 folks that are banging on the interior, they've shot the most free throws. Shane makes both Broncos back in front by 1. Quick 4-point spurt here now for Cal Poly. Camp driving as it poked away by Jackie Ricketson. Here comes Shane. Jordan 1-on-2 and an offensive foul. If you're the only person on offense and there are 2 defenders back, you may sometimes want to consider waiting for the rest of your team to catch up with you. Really nice defensive play by Ricketson to get a hand in and slap that thing away from Camp, but the Broncos could not turn it into points. 45-44, Cal Poly, 5.5 minutes to go in the ball game. Jenkins, right wing to Camp. Savannah's been a wreck today. She's going to try again. That's too strong. Rebound, tipped out of bounds. Who touched it? Officials don't know. Broncos touched it last. They're going to say it was off of Jordan Shane. There was no emphatic ruling there. The baseline official came walking along and then finally, very gingerly, just kind of, it was like those old Sure deodorant commercials. Unsure. The arm never got away from the body. He just made a 1-finger point to her right. San Marcos retains possession. Fresh shot clock. Inbound pass to Armenta. Corner 3. Good. A back screen Frieder, and the Cougars lead by 2, 47-45. Ricketson, cross court to Hall. Marshanique right in front of us near the CCAA logo. Broncos again moving right to left this half. Brooks, dribble drive, has it poked away by Armenta. D out in front of the pack, has Shane to beat, drives into her, draws the foul, and throws up a wild shot that won't go. And Shane's annoyed, and she has every right to be because she was kind of getting out of the way, and Armenta just sprinted and jumped right. It was a goofy little play. Oh, another good foul shooter back at the line again, and a chance here for San Marcos to make it a 2-possession game. Armenta, 82% free throw shooter on the year, makes the first. Broncos down by 3. I don't know how the Broncos can afford to have any of these players out. Priscilla Brooks getting her last rest of the ball game. Waddy Blow in with 4 personal fouls, but they sort of have no choice. Chelsea 9 points in only 19 minutes today. She has been severely limited by foul trouble. And the defense of the Cougars, they've been collapsing, and they just have not given her any room. Inside they go. Waddy Blow's shot blocked, but a foul. Allie Toby got a piece of the basketball, but I guess she came through on the arm. And very nearly an exciting defensive play for Allie Toby will send Waddy Blow to the foul line on presumably the other side of the timeout. Right? 4:56 showing on the game clock. Are we taking it under 5 or no? Maybe we used a timeout to do it. All right, I guess the team timeout took the place of the media break. Are we not taking one? Waddy Blow's free throw rims out. Now the officials are coming together after the missed free throw. That's not going to make the Broncos very happy. Well, this is goofy. I mean, all right, so the team timeout took the place of the media break. Everybody wanted to get together, make sure that was clear, and we're good. Second free throw is good. 49-46. The Cougars lead by 3. This one's been close throughout. Broncos have led by as many as 8. And now, wait a minute. We got a clock issue. We'll get there. Second verse, same as the first. Looks like right now they're just going to reset it to the 4:58 and 30, or are they going to take a few seconds off and inbound at center court? There we go. 4:51 game clock, 23 shot clock. There's the reset. The 7 seconds came off before the decision was made to get things squared away. Dribble drive, that's got to be an offensive foul. Yeah, 2 defenders, just nowhere to go for Lupe Cruz. She tried to drive right, and 2 Broncos were waiting there. A couple of guards, and that was like bowling pin territory. So Cal Poly gets it back now, chance for the Broncos to tie. Marshanique Hall has it at the 3-point line. Now Waddy Blow to Ricketson right side. Jackie, again, eyes up. Aaron Hagen, right wing, bouncing to her left, looking for Waddy Blow on the interior. Chelsea turns, little jumper, and got it. 49-48, Cougars. This one coming down to the wire. 1-point ball game, just over 4 minutes to go. First game's a good one. Hope the second one is too. Jenkins driving left, cut off, comes back to her right, probably traveled, throws up a wild shot, won't go, and Cruz controls the rebound and scores. I thought that had to be a traveling violation. She spun back one way and then changed pivot feet. Nobody seemed to care. I watch different games. Ricketson has it. Broncos trailing by 3. Hagen thought about trying for the tie. She drives into the defense. Handoff, Waddy Blow off. Glass shot, no good. Only Cougars there for the rebound. Nearly has it taken away from behind by Hagen, and now advantage here for Cal State San Marcos. Pass right underneath the basket. The shot, no! Reagan Lilly short-armed it with Waddy Blow closing in. And Ricketson charging the other way. Jackie stops at the 3-point line, now to Hagen. There's a camera with a light on the opposite side. Hall for the tie, got it! Marshanique Hall has been enormous for the Broncos tonight. She has 10 off the bench, and we are deadlocked, 51-51. That one, I don't know if you'd call it in the flow of the offense. She just stared it down and drilled it. Jenkins thought about trying to answer. Camp tries to answer. Shot too strong. Hall the rebound. Marshanique now, 10 points, a couple of rebounds, and an assist. The Broncos a chance to take the lead. Under 3 minutes to go. Shot clock at 20 for Cal Poly Pomona. Jordan Shane around the perimeter now. Waddy Blow in the right corner. Cross-court pass to Hagen. Aaron right in front of her bench along the left wing, bouncing softly to her right. Pull-up jumper inside the 3-point line. Ooh, on line, a little bit too short. And the rebound controlled by Reagan Lilly and the Cougars. Hands off Jenkins. Ashley across the timeline. And now Cal State San Marcos will set up their offense. The visitors in black. Trying to steal one here from the Broncos. 51-51 tie. Hall closing in on defense. The pass goes to Camp. Savannah dribble drive, nearly loses it. Handoff Jenkins, contested 3-pointer, in and out. Ricketson the rebound on the weak side, and the Broncos have a chance now to take the lead. 2 minutes to go in the ball game. Jackie huffing and puffing a little bit. She's played a heck of a ball game. Pass comes to Jordan Shane. Officials, coaches, everybody clustered here on the same side. Hall tries another 3-pointer. That one wide left. Savannah Camp the rebound. Her pass deflected and stolen by Ricketson. Hall got a hand on it. Jackie right down the lane, pulls up from 8 feet out and drills it. Broncos want a timeout. They're not getting it called. Bishop tried for the 30-second break and nobody saw her. Now somebody's taking time. It's the other team, I think. It doesn't matter who took it. A break is coming with 1:32 to go. The Broncos lead 53-51. What a ball game. We're having some fun out here. We'll take a break with them. Full timeout. Broncos by 2 with 90 seconds to play. We're having a fun one here. The first of 2 games at Kellogg Arena. The Broncos lead 53-51 with 90 seconds to go. Dan Vespris with you courtside. Want to thank everybody again for joining us. A pump fake, Cruz to the basket and scores. She got Waddy Blow to bite. Pump fake from about 20 feet out. And the Broncos bought what Cruz was selling. 53-53. Just over a minute to play. Cal Poly Pomona with the basketball now, trying to retake the lead. Pass comes to Ricketson, stops near the free throw line. Had a look, didn't want it. Instead to Hall, now inside Waddy Blow. Right in front of the rim, can't get the shot to go, but she's fouled. It was a nice play. Again, I've got to think that was drawn up during the break. The Broncos able to work it around the perimeter quickly. Waddy Blow was already waiting here on the left side of the floor. Strong to weak side. You work quickly. You can get that ball to your post presence without the defense having an opportunity to react to it. Chelsea, pretty solid foul shooter, makes the first one, coaxes it through. Broncos could really use another one. Just a tiny bit of full bucket's worth of breathing room. Looks good, is good. Jordan Shane got tangled up on the rebound, but no call. Not in either direction. I like that. Let him play a little bit. 55-53 Broncos, 53 seconds to go. Cougars now, chance to try to tie or take the lead. Jenkins guarded by Dotson. Freshman getting tested here. Handoff comes to Jenkins. Broncos switch nicely. She's cut off. Pass comes outside to Lilly. Reagan driving again on Dotson. 2 giant steps and whoa! How about that shot? Prayers answered by Reagan Lilly. 55-55. Hard 10s all the way around. 35 seconds to go and timeout on the floor. Didn't get a look at who took it. That is a full break, so we'll take it too. 35 seconds to go. Broncos with the basketball now. Goodness gracious. 35 seconds to go. Broncos now a chance to maybe win this thing. About 4 seconds separating shot and game clock, which sort of gives you a chance to take a final shot at the college level since you can't advance the basketball. We'll see what the Broncos try to do here. They are winding it down. Shot clock at 7 now, game clock at 11. Hall drives, fires, free throw line extended, shot rims out, and a held ball will give it back to the Broncos. That was enormous. That held ball from earlier in this quarter that Marshall Hall forced ends up giving Cal Poly one more chance to try to win this thing. And the Cougars now are going to take a timeout. An odd decision given that Cal Poly has the basketball. Cal State San Marcos is going to take a 30-second timeout, and now the Broncos can try to draw up a play. Well, 55-55 the score, 5.5 seconds to go. There are fives everywhere. And the Broncos got one look. Marshall Hall came up a little bit short on the 15-footer. She's been on point tonight. Hall's got 10 off the bench. Waddy Blow with 14 to lead the team. Ricketson had 10 quick ones early. She has 12 now. Well-rounded performance for Jackie. Let's see what the Broncos draw up. Ricketson, the trigger man, looking for help. It comes to Hall up top. Marshanique, 2 dribbles, 3 dribbles, drives, throws up a wild one in traffic. Oh, off the back of the iron. The tip won't go, and we are headed to overtime. Broncos got a couple of really good looks on that play. It seemed like maybe the Cougars thought the clock was about to run out, and they stopped defending for a moment. And the Broncos so very, very close, but we're going to need 5 minutes more. Overtime coming up in game 1. We'll step aside for a moment. 55-55 tie. We will be back. Overtime in game 1. Not bad. Not bad, I say. Jordan Shane's going to tip it, and the Broncos control the tip. Goodness gracious. Shane's 5'7". She was jumping against a 6-footer. Didn't matter. Cal Poly with the first possession of the overtime period. 55-55 tie. Dan Vespers here at Kellogg Arena. Game 1 out of 2. Shane gets to the rim and scores. Jordan Shane using her quickness. Managed to throw that one off glass. 57-55. Broncos in front. Now Cruz trying to do it on the other side, and does, taking it right to Waddy Blow, who did not want to pick up her 5th foul. Broncos have a really good rebounder on the bench in Brooks. She's sitting just to our left. This group has done a nice job to force overtime. Hagan, Hall, Shane, Waddy Blow, and Ricketson. They got to find a way to get a bucket here now. Back to Shane, Hall, right wing. Marshanique around a Waddy Blow screen. Stutter steps, throws it up with the left, and no, rolls out. She ended up with a pretty good look at the end of that play. 57-57 the score. 4 minutes to go now in the overtime period. Game 2, originally slated for a 7:30 start, will be pushed back. About a 25-minute break between ball games. Cruz, buried in the right corner, brings it up top to Jenkins. Ashley checked by Hall. Marshanique looking for the screen from Cruz. It comes to her right. Ashley steps between, fires to Camp left side, and Savannah nails the three. She's had a real tough time getting shots to fall tonight. Savannah Camp, who is now just 5 for 21 in the ball game, gives the Cougars a 3-point lead at 60-57. Hagen around a screen from Waddy Blow. She drives inside. Defender falls down, and an offensive foul, and Hagen can't believe it. Hagen mouth agape as she looks at the officiating crew. Picks up her second personal foul, and that gives it back to San Marcos. Now a few substitutions coming for Cal Poly. Dotson, Hall, Shane. Nope, Shane's coming out. Dotson, Hall, Benton, Ricketson, and Brooks. Cougars basketball leading by 3. They also have the possession arrow, so the Broncos need to force a stop, and they need a bucket. 3 minutes to go in overtime. Savannah Camp made a big one when it mattered. Cruz fakes right, goes left, spins on Brooks, and scores. That was a nice move. Just knocked Brooks right out of the way with a turn back to her left. And it's a 5-point lead for Cal State San Marcos. I believe this is their largest of the ball game. And it comes 2 minutes into OT. Ricketson, handoff Brooks up top. Now Dotson. Broncos could use 3 right here. Marshanique Hall, an offensive foul. Yeah, I saw that one from over here too. That off arm came away from her body. She was trying to shield the defender, and she knocked her down. 62-57 the score. San Marcos leading by 5 with the basketball. This is a chance to really put one nail into it. The Broncos can ill afford to fall much farther behind. There just isn't much time. Armenta, he's had a couple of big offensive rebounds for the visitors in this ball game. Hands it off to Jenkins. Ashley along the right wing beyond the 3-point line, comes around a screen from Cruz, steps back, fires long jumper. That one rims out. Hall chases down the rebound. In trouble, fires to Brooks near the midcourt line. The Broncos have a safe possession now with 2 minutes to go. Ricketson right to the rim. Defense didn't pick her up, but she scores. Jackie Ricketson's got 14 now. Jenkins falls down. She's yelling at her teammate to help. And Dotson trying to do a full court press thing all by herself. Jenkins kicks it left side to Armenta. Now Camp and Reagan Lilly. Reagan, that long ponytail, flip-flopping side to side, driving on Benton. 2 giant steps and a layup. Good off glass. Another tough shot. Reagan Lilly has woken up. She's got 9, and the Broncos are behind by 5 again, 64-59. Defense was actually pretty good on that set. Hall bouncing to her right, comes around a Benton screen. Marshanique in trouble, loses it, gathers it in the corner. Drives into the key, kicks it outside. Ricketson, high arcing 3 off the front of the iron. Marshanique the rebound, and she is fouled. Hall looks frustrated. Broncos as a whole look frustrated. They had some chances to win this thing in regulation. Fouls really bludgeoned this team in the third quarter. Big free throws coming up here for Hall. Marshanique has made her only foul shot of the game so far, but misses that one. She's a 79% foul shooter coming into this, but fairly limited in number of foul shots. She's this team's gunner off the bench, comes in and fires. Got to make the second one, and she does. 4-point game, 1 minute to go. Hagen's going to come in for Hall. They might try to get Hall back in. No. Hall started off the floor. Bishop sent her back out, and Brooks is going to sit down. Odd decision on the defensive side. Need that rebounding. So now it's Dotson, Hagen, Ricketson, Hall, and Waddy Blow on the floor for the Broncos. Jenkins, Camp, Lilly, Armenta, and Cruz for San Marcos. Jenkins running the clock down. They lead by 4. Now 50 seconds to go. Step back jumper. That'd be a huge one. No. Hall has the rebound. Broncos trailing by 4. Need a bucket quick. Marshanique sprinting into the front court. Behind the back dribble. Gets into the lane. Defender falls down, and a blocking foul will send Hall to the foul line. Defender kind of fell sideways on that play, and I think maybe that was the ruling. It was not a direct contact. Hall was driving left, and defender fell from the key away. Free throw, in, out, back in again. Emotions on their sleeves right now. Dotson did a back bend to try to get that thing to fall, and now one step away from the full Carlton Fisk experience. Second free throw is no good. 3-point game and a timeout taken by San Marcos with 6 seconds separating shot and game clock. And San Marcos now, well, I guess the question really is what the Broncos want to do. Cal State will likely get all of their best foul shooters into the game, and that may force the hand of Cal Poly. This is indeed a full timeout, so we'll take a break as well. 36 seconds left in overtime. We'll be back. Well, let's see what the Broncos decide they want to do defensively here. Cal Poly, do they foul early in the set or do they play defense? Try to force the miss and then try to make a three-pointer with 6 seconds to work with, so not much. Looks like they're going to play straight up D, and now the foul comes. Well, why you don't foul 10 seconds earlier? Try to prolong the ball game a little bit. Waited 10 seconds first. I was confused. Jenkins' free throw is good. As we mentioned, this is a really tough team to come back on down the stretch. They don't miss at the foul line. They have 2 misses in the ball game right now. They're 16 out of 18 at the foul line. And that one falls out. Still a 4-point ball game, though. 24 seconds to go. Broncos now need to find a way to get a couple closer. Boy, their own missed free throw. That could end up being a big deal. 30-second timeout taken by Cal Poly Pomona. They want to try to set up a play, get it going as quickly as humanly possible. 24.4 seconds on the clock, and it looked like we may see Casey McWilliam got up off the bench. Carrie Ann Noonan, who actually played quite well in the Broncos' last home game here, has not taken her warm-ups off tonight. Well, I don't know if maybe she's not fully healthy. It's a wild guess. Maybe just a matchup situation. Broncos will inbound right in front of us. Jackie Ricketson will trigger. She is out there with Hagan, Hall, Dotson, and McWilliam. Casey has it to Hall. Marshanique, they need a 3. Shot blocked. He gets it back. Hall now fires for 3. Quick shot, rims out. Rebound inside Dotson, air ball. Rebound inside Hall, back outside McWilliam, another 3. Got it! 65-64 with 9.2 seconds to go. Casey McWilliam, who had not played a second in this ball game before the 24-second mark of overtime, hops in there, gets a three-pointer blocked, gets a pass back on an offensive rebound, and drills it. And the Broncos have a shot now, down by 1. So they'll foul on the other side of this 30-second timeout. And even if San Marcos makes both free throws, the Broncos will have a chance. And that's all you can ask for if you're down in a ball game. Broncos 4 out of 14 from three-point land. San Marcos 7 out of 24. They've been chucking away from down there. And one giant free throw missed, although the Broncos missed 2 of their own, so I suppose that more than evens out. Cal Poly will go for the steal. If they can't get it, they'll foul, and they do immediately. Caitlin Reyna fouled by Dominic Dotson. And Reyna, who, again, we don't know a ton about in terms of free throw shooting. She's 2 for 2 tonight, but was just 5 for 8 on the season coming into this ball game. Has a couple of pressure cooker shots coming up here with 8.3 seconds to go. I don't know what the timeout situation is for these two teams. I think the Broncos are out. Yeah, they are. Reyna's free throw is good. Calmly splashes the first one through. First one's usually the hard one, they say. They're all hard for me. 66-64, one more free throw coming. She makes them both. So Caitlin Reyna drains the free throws. Broncos do not have a timeout. They need a three-pointer with 8 seconds to go. Hall around a screen from McWilliam, fires for the tie. It's way short. The rebound grabbed by the Cougars, and a held ball will give it back to San Marcos with 0.2 seconds left, and that will probably do it. The Broncos can try to foul in 0.2 seconds. They can try to steal the inbound and slap it towards the basket, but there just isn't enough time to do anything. And the only question here is whether or not the officials will whistle a foul in the 0.2 seconds. If you're the Cougars, just throw it to the other end of the court. Yeah, that's it. So Reyna catches the inbound, and the ball game comes to an end. Overtime defeat at the hands of Cal State San Marcos. The Broncos played their hearts out. Foul trouble, perhaps the difference in this ball game. Chelsea Waddy-Blow and Priscilla Brooks both forced to sit for almost the entire third quarter. And that's when the Broncos' 9-point lead evaporated. It was neck and neck into overtime. It was a 1-point game with 9 seconds to go. And the Cougars prevailed. That's a heck of a ball game. Certainly if you're a Broncos fan, you'd want to end up on the other side of it, but you can't ask for much more interest in a game than that. And Cal Poly Pomona falls by 3. Men's game coming up in 25 minutes. Stick around. We'll take a break. It's all right here at BroncoAthletics.com. You don't even have to change your computer screen. We'll mute it for you. When you hear noise, it's time for some more basketball. We'll be back.
A 6'7" guard out of Townsville, Australia, junior number 3, Josh Spears. A 6'2" guard out of Carson, California, junior number 12, Brian Wright. A 6'8" guard out of Scottsdale, Arizona, junior number 21, Joe Boyd. A 6'1" guard out of Corona, California, junior number 25, Ethan Elvano. And a 6-foot guard out of San Diego, California, senior number 32, Tyson Piper. The head coach for the Cougars is B.J. Foster. He is assisted by Ray Johnson, Dave Turner, and Daniel Freer. And now, here's the starting lineup for your Broncos of Cal Poly Pomona. A 5'10" guard out of Chatsworth, California, sophomore number 1, Jordan O'Godrian.
As I always like to say to those of you who watched Game 1, welcome back. For those joining us now for Game 2, good evening. I'm Dan Vesperis, and we're at Kellogg Arena in Cal Poly Pomona for the nightcap of our Saturday night doubleheader. The Cal Poly Pomona Broncos take on the Cougars of Cal State San Marcos. Women lost the opener in overtime, a 3-point defeat. It was a heck of a ball game. A lot of fun to watch, a lot of fun to call, but unfortunately the wrong outcome if you're a Broncos fan. I know we got listeners and viewers for both teams. I don't believe Cal State San Marcos has a broadcast here at the ballpark. So hello to both sides. I'll do my very best to be as even-handed as humanly possible. But, of course, CPP pays the bills. So hopefully, at the end of it all, your Broncos will come away with the victory. Cal Poly Pomona coming off a couple of defeats. They have dropped 2 straight in conference play, so an opportunity here maybe to bounce back and get on the good side of the ledger. But they're going to have their hands full. This Cal State San Marcos team sits at 6-3 overall. They are loaded with D1 college transfers. I don't know how you find that many all at the same time, but they did. This San Marcos team, which was run until last year by Jim Saya, he's moved on, and B.J. Foster, who was the assistant coach, moved up. He's now the interim head coach of the ball club. And he's got a lot of really interesting, talented players on his team, but most of them are juniors or seniors. So they are old, they are experienced, and their leading scorers are Division I transfers from Eastern Michigan and Cal State Fullerton. And they're good. So the Broncos are going to have their hands full. Starting lineup for the visitors from Cal State San Marcos, clad in black with blue and white trim. The Broncos control the opening tip. It's Josh Spears, 6'7", 195-pound guard out of Townsville, Australia. He's joined by Brian Wright, 6'2", 180-pounder from Carson here in Southern California. Joe Boyd, that was Brian Wright, by the way, who second name listed is William Christmas hits the first jumper for the Broncos to take a 2-0 lead. Joe Boyd is the Cal State Fullerton transfer, 6'8", 215-pounder, a monster rebounder. I mean, he is crazy on the glass, and you can see him racing out towards center court right now. Tyson Kiger, 6', 175-pound redshirt senior. He's been with the program for 3 seasons. And finally, Ethan Alvano, the Eastern Michigan transfer. I always thought that they should be the Emus, but they're the Eagles, as Tyson Kiger hits a 3-pointer to crack the lid open on the San Marcos side. And Alvano leading the team in scoring. He averages 17 points per ball game. 3-2 in favor of the Cougars. Broncos in their home whites with a green trim, a little black outlining for Cal Poly Pomona, where the women's team has yellow outline. The men go with black. Dribble drive here. Cornelius is shot short. Joe Boyd the rebound. I mean, he's a big boy. Joe's 6'8", as we mentioned. He's the tallest man on the floor on either ball club, and he's a leaper too. So you'll see a lot of Boyd during this ball game. Joe trying to post up Cornelius on the interior. We'll get to that starting 5 for the Broncos momentarily. First, a look here at this offensive set for Cal State San Marcos. Bounce pass comes to Alvano. He drives to his left. Fancy right-handed scoop shot is good. What's this kid doing at the D2 level? Nobody stayed back to help inbound for the Broncos. What a sheepish start to this one. That ball lobbed ahead. Christmas able to deflect it. Broncos have a little 3-on-2 going here. They're going to slow it down instead. For the Broncos, William Christmas, 6'5", freshman from Oceanside, is out there as Jordan O'Gundren pull-up jumper wide right, and the rebound taken by Josh Spears. O'Gundren, 5'10", sophomore from Chatsworth in Southern California. Chris Sullivan, 6'3", redshirt sophomore. He's out of Gardena. And Sullivan comes up with a steal. Cornelius, 6'4", sophomore from Berkeley, California. That's where I went to college. And Jeremy Dennis down in the corner as Cornelius, blows the layup. Dribble drive got right to the rim. Dennis, 6'5", redshirt junior. He's from Richmond, Northern California kid. Alvano open in the corner. He knocks it down. That was Brian Wright, excuse me. A couple of similar bodies on that Cal State San Marcos team. They lead this ball game early 7-2. 2.5 minutes off the clock. And Justin Young getting ready to check in along with Dalen Lawrence. Christmas, fancy move, spinning layup, count the basket and the foul. William Christmas has looked really good for this Broncos team. He's a young buck, a true freshman out of Oceanside High School, and already third on the team in scoring, averages 10.5 points per ball game on 60% from the field. You can see the sky is the limit. He is long, he is lean. He reminds me a little bit of like the way his limbs move. He has very long arms, kind of like a Barry Bell last year. He's the program associate now, sitting on the sideline, like a taller, lengthier version of Bell. San Marcos somehow saves that thing into the front court. I have no clue how that wasn't a turnover. Lead 7-5. Visitors up by 2. They move right to left. Kiger fakes the three. Tyson, that big bush of hair coming off the top of his noggin. Kicks it into the corner. Spears for 3, a little bit too strong, and we're going to get a foul on the rebound. Had to go against Chris Sullivan, basically just shoving Boyd out of the way to keep him from grabbing that thing right under the basket. One foul on both teams so far. 3.5 minutes off the clock. Remember, we got official timeouts after every 4 minutes of game action in 2 20-minute halves. Just one extra timeout per half over the women's ball game. Spears, long pass near us. That's Alvano. Ethan bounces up top. I think that's an in-traffic shot from Bart Wright, and it comes out. Got blocked out a bit. Christmas in traffic to O'Gundren. Jordan straight away for 3. Good. Broncos lead 8-7. That's Christmas again. Boy, he looks better every ball game. Got himself towards the rim. Here comes Alvano right down the lane. Nobody picked him up, but he scores. Too easy. Ethan Alvano has 2 layups in this ball game so far. That one pretty much coast to coast. 9-8 San Marcos. O'Gundren to Sullivan. Looking into the post now at Justin Young. He kicks it up top to O'Gundren. Christmas back to Jordan. Drives left, floats one over the top inside to Young. He has it poked away and knocked out of bounds. Last touch by San Marcos. That'll get us to our first stoppage of the night. 9-8 the score. The visitors in front by 1. Broncos fell behind, roared back, and were neck and neck at the first official stoppage. 15:39 to go on BroncoAthletics.com. Mason Dickerson into the game for Cal Poly Pomona. Christmas fires right out of the timeout. His shot no good. A tie-up on the rebound. What do we got? That'll be a foul on Justin Young. Second-year Bronco, redshirted last year. So first real season of action, 6'7". Out of San Diego. This is sort of against kind of a hometown team. San Marcos down south. Not all the way to San Diego, but close. Broncos putting a little pressure on in the backcourt. San Marcos breaks it. Boyd outside. Kiger, then Alvano. Into the opposite wing, Spears. His shot off the mark. Nice box out by Riley Schaefer. They're just trying to keep Boyd off the glass. Schaefer thought about the three, didn't want it. Christmas instead. Lawrence, the opposite corner three. That one off the back of the iron. Kiger, the rebound. He thought about charging up the floor, but Lawrence slowed him down. Here comes Spears. Kicks it behind him, Alvano. And Ethan will slow it up for the Cougars. Alvano, Kiger, Spears. They'll all shoot from the outside. It's a good offensive team. Ethan between the legs dribble finds Kiger near us. That three right on point. You can see it out of his hand. Looked perfect. And it splashes through. Nothing but the bottom of the net. 12-8 the score. The Cougars in front. There's Dickerson, 6'4" freshman. He's from Long Beach, a Millikan High School product. He gets it back now to Schaefer in the corner. Riley pump fakes, gets himself into a double-team mess. And the Broncos will reset with 12 on the shot clock. Christmas, right wing. Williams steps left, fires a long three. It's off the side of the iron. Lawrence tips it, keeps it alive to Schaefer. Back outside Dickerson. Now Young to Christmas again. William orchestrating the offense. And he walked with it. Jeremy Dennis going to come into the ball game, and Christmas checks out. Coach imparting some wisdom. Head coach for the Broncos, Greg Kamansky, his 17th season at the helm. The associate head coach, Damian Hill, in his 15th year with the program. Matt Okada, the assistant coach, and Barry Bell along as the program associate. A lot of young talent on the team this year. Kind of a growth season for the Broncos. They're just hoping to get better every single night. Nick Pallas into the game. Wide-bodied sort, 6'8", 265-pounder. They left Alvano, and Ethan buries a three. This is a tough team to guard. 15-8 in favor of San Marcos. The only reason San Marcos loses games is that sometimes they forget to defend. So we'll see if the Broncos can get a couple of good looks. It comes with basically having a team that really hasn't played together much. Dennis drives, he's cut off. Dickerson thought about, gives it back to Dennis in the corner. Dickerson up top, one dribble to Dalen Lawrence. 5 on the shot clock now, Lawrence has got a fire. Long two from the left wing, good. Nice little rhythm jumper for Dalen Lawrence. Broncos ran the clock all the way down and then turned it into a couple of points. There's a full court press again. They've got some really accomplished ball handlers on this team. There's a drive right to the basket. What's the call? Defender falls down. It is offensive foul. Brian Wright claiming that Schaefer was in the restricted area. The officials got together, decided he was not. So Schaefer, nice defensive positioning, draws the charge, and the Broncos get the ball back.
Broncos, number 5, Chris Sullivan.
Chris Sullivan back into the game for Cal Poly Pomona. Alvano's got 7 so far. You can see where their offense comes from. Dennis bouncing left, spins back right, gets cut off. Kicks it outside to Schaefer. He's cut off now. Gundren in the corner, bounces, jump stop, fires, and scores. Little English with the right hand. Jordan O'Gundren, an extremely athletic move to the rim. His athleticism really tantalizing. He's just a smaller guy, so he's got to play big. Kiger, the pump fake. Defender fell down, kicks it to Alvano. A straightaway three, good. O'Gundren looking at his team as if to say, what was I supposed to do there? It's 18-12, and Alvano's got 10 in the first 7.5 minutes. Dickerson spinning, working on Kiger. Tries to go up, and Kiger takes it away from him. That's just young guy versus old guy. Right down the lane, gets fouled. Shot will not go down, but O'Gundren going to get whistled for the foul. And Brian Wright, the UC Riverside transfer, will shoot a pair of free throws.
At the line, shooting 2 for the Cougars, number 12, Brian Wright.
Ethan Alvano, a perfect 4 for 4 from the field so far in this ball game. Kiger, 2 for 2, both of them from downtown. Broncos would, I assume, more than try to catch up, they'd rather just slow down the Cougars, and the catch-up will happen on its own. Nikhil Peters coming on for the Broncos, and Mason Dickerson out. Another of this cavalry of freshmen. William Christmas, a freshman. Nikhil Peters, he's a sophomore, excuse me. Mason Dickerson, Riley Schaefer, Chim Okorafor. Free throws both good. It's 20-12. San Marcos out of the gate, scoring at will right now. And we saw a lot of that with the women's team last year as well. Young players, they're slowly getting better. Women's team is leagues better this season. Gundren around a screen from Sullivan, drives, tries to score on 2 giant bodies, can't do it, but the tip inside. Sullivan just went up with the right hand and finger flicked that thing back into the bucket. 20-14, Broncos down 6. Gundren standing next to Nick Pallas, that's a sight. Pallas 6'8", 265. Gundren 5'10", probably about $150. Pass on the inside, another big body. Cody Johnson, 6'9", 250-pounder, spinning in traffic, nearly loses it, and it'll be a held ball. And he's lucky it wasn't just a turnover. Johnson got wrapped up by 2 Broncos defenders. And the Loyola Chicago transfer kind of staring down the officials. Didn't get the ruling he wanted, but I think he actually caught a break. 20-14 the score. We'll take another official break. Refs say take a stop. We say okay. 6-point deficit, 11:30 to go first half. We'll be back on BroncoAthletics.com. Inbound pass stolen. Jeremy Dennis all by himself, right to the rim, slams it home, and the Broncos are down but 4. That's a fun way to come out of a break. Broncos steal the inbounds pass. 11:15 to go in the first half. Cal Poly down now 20-16. Starting to force some mistakes by the second string Cougars. There's a nice pass inside, and the layup good. For a moment, it looked like Pallas might trip over his own feet. He seemed to stumble a little bit on that play, but he got the bucket to go. Gundren in traffic, kicks it right side. That one off the fingertips of one of the Cougars defenders and picked up by Peters. Nikhil back to Dennis. Jeremy long 2, left elbow, got it.
Number 13, Jeremy Dennis.
10.5 minutes to go. Broncos back to within 4. Johnson, almost threw that one a little too hard. Dayton Bodie into the game. 6'3", 230-pound redshirt senior. One of the older fellows on this team. Again, this is a pretty old team overall. A lot of these guys in their 3rd, 4th, or even 5th year. Alvano from way downtown. That's a little too far. Dennis the rebound. Has it poked away from behind. Dives on the floor to try to save it. Johnson's got it. Handoff Alvano, 1-on-2 ahead. The pass stripped away by Jordan O'Gundren. Nick Pallas thought he had himself an open layup, and O'Gundren was able to knock it away. Now the Broncos, big-time hustle. Dennis checks out, and Christmas back into the ball game. Jeremy played well in his minutes. Nobody told him the defender was coming from behind. That got to be a little more communication. It was right in front of his bench, too. Inbound comes all the way near center court to Josh Spears, the Aussie. Went to Pimlico State High School in Australia. Played 2 seasons at LMU, so another D1 kid. Marymount, another Southern California school. Nikhil Peters, aggressive defense, almost raked Johnson across the eye. And an offensive foul away from the basketball. Cody Johnson is going to get whistled. He shoved somebody out of the way. I didn't see who was down there trying to keep him out of the paint. I think it was Peters. Henry Cornelius going to come back in. Peters will remain in the ball game. Young fellow's playing tough. Johnson's not happy right now. Broncos using speed, and they've kind of irritated the big guy. Chance to cut this thing to a one-possession game. O'Gundren to the rim, fouled, and he'll shoot a couple of free throws. And as we said about this team, they are big and they are strong, but they are not that quick outside of really Alvano, who is lightning fast. He is remarkable. We've seen already what he can do. Well, the rest of these guys, big and strong, so they'll beat you around underneath the basket, and they are an excellent, excellent scoring basketball team. But there are some lapses on the defensive side. That's allowed some of the opponents to hang in there with San Marcos. Coming off a win in their last ball game, they played a team called Life Pacific. I have to admit, I don't know where that is. Looks like it's a small college, actually not far from here, in San Dimas. Go figure. Anyway, 2-point ball game. Broncos down. Kiger pull up, high arcing jumper, no, but Cornelius is going to get whistled for the foul. And I think they're saying it was after the shot. Is that the same ruling we saw in game 1? Yeah, that's a crazy rule. But they're calling it. Both games we've seen, one's worked out. And now BJ Foster is saying the same thing. How is that not a foul? Well, worked out. Inbound pass comes to Spears, and Josh immediately bangs in a 3. All right, you trade 2 free throws for a 3-pointer, I suppose. It's the weirdest rule. Now, if somebody lands on a foul after the shot, it's not on the shot. Broncos down 5, and now an offensive foul going to go against Chris Sullivan. That was a little bit ticky-tack, but the off arm did come away from his body, just the littlest bit. Got to make sure that right hand stays close. It looked way worse than it was. Just got a little bit of contact with a smaller guy, and Tyson Kiger went flying. Maybe a little bit of an acting job. Josh Spears just knocked down a 3-pointer a moment ago. Good defense here by Christmas, and Williams going to get called for a hand check foul, and Kamansky's beside himself. I don't think he's arguing that it wasn't a hand check. It sounds like he's arguing that prior to that, the offensive player slapped the hand off of the Broncos defender. So they wanted that first one. So there were fouls, but one came before the other. Brian Wright back into the ballgame. He played well. Kiger going to fire a corner 3. That's good. Broncos were able to claw their way back to within 2, and then immediately back-to-back 3-pointers. And San Marcos regains an 8-point edge. Boy, they've gone crazy from downtown. O'Gundren thought about answering. Instead, the dribble drive, lost the ball, collects it, finds Peters. Nikhil, the handoff to Lawrence. Balin, left side pointed at the defense, bouncing with the right, gives it to O'Gundren. Jordan drives inside, tough shot in traffic, no. And the rebound fought for, corralled by Dayton Bodie, but he was standing on the end line. Cougars 6 out of 8 from downtown in this ball game. They're shooting 77%, so the Broncos, I think, should be pretty happy to only be down by 8. This is not at all the kind of game that Cal Poly wants to play. This is shots raining in. They want to slow it down, grind it out, and make it ugly. Peters, O'Gunderin, Jordan driving baseline, draws the double team, kicks it behind him to Peters for three. Nikhil's shot a little bit too strong. And a loose ball foul going to go against Riley Schaefer. I don't even know how they could see that. There were so many bodies clogged together in there, but it'll be San Marcos basketball, or maybe free throws. That's 1-1. 17th foul on the Broncos on the other side of the break, with Cal Poly trailing by 8 to a very hot Cal State San Marcos team here in half number 1. 7:54 to go in the first half, and we'll be back. One-and-one situation here for Joe Boyd and the Cougars of Cal State San Marcos, who already lead this ball game by 8. And Boyd's free throw, no good. That gives us this inclination to go check out the free throw situation. Yeah, Boyd only a 54%er, so that worked out okay for the Broncos. Here comes Christmas, baseline right to the rim, and Boyd just couldn't stop it. As we said about this San Marcos team, they score at will, but they're not the greatest on the defensive side. They play higher scoring games. That's an exciting brand of basketball, to be sure. Broncos are the exact opposite, but so far it's been the Cougars dictating the tempo and dictating the scoreboard. Broncos trail by 6, 28-22. Drive baseline from Spears, kicks it opposite corner. Kiger for a contested three, and he doesn't matter. He's a 52% three-point shooter. I mean, he is a knockdown three-ball guy, and we've seen it tonight. He's been brilliant from outside. The team's been brilliant. They're 7 for 9 from three-point land. I don't even know how you stop that. That one was with a hand in the face. Schaefer trying to answer. His three-pointer's too strong. Defensive glass cleared by Bodie. Dayton, San Diego kid, in trouble, gets rid of it. Ryan Wright straight away, drives around Christmas into the corner. Kiger, another look at a three, and that's good. Tyson Kiger now 5 for 5 from three-point land. He's pouring it on single-handedly. 15 points for Tyson Kiger. Got a couple of rebounds, too. And they're just not missing. Got to keep playing hard, hope that eventually some of these don't go in, but boy, the team shoots 80% from three-point line, you're not going to win the game. Dennis fakes the three, gets into the lane, finds Christmas in the left corner for three. That's good. That was a really nice play by Dennis. Kind of rocked his defender to sleep. The shoulders said, I'm going to shoot. The basketball kept dribbling. 34-25. Broncos just hanging in there right now, trying to deal with this assault from downtime. The Cougars have gone crazy. Right? Spinning 20-footer. That's good. Unbelievable. Basket looks like it's as big as the ocean right now. Everything is going in. I don't think I've seen this type of offensive showing against the Broncos in the 3 or 4 years I've been here. Schaefer's pass, not a good one. Kind of lazy. Tipped and taken away. The other way, Bodie straight to the rim, fouled on his way to the basket. A good foul by Nikhil Peters, clean and hard. And it'll be a couple of free throws coming for Dayton Bodie, a 62%er. You make him earn it. Never know, he might miss one, might miss both.
On the line shooting for the Cougars, number 10, Dayton Bodie.
36-25. Broncos down 11. I can only surmise, as Bodie hits the first free throw, that eventually the Cougars will miss something. But I'm not certain. They're not missing at all right now. There have been a grand total of 13 rebounds in this game. Now 14 as Sullivan collects the defensive glass, and the Broncos are going to take a timeout. Jordan O'Gundren getting the officials' attention. They want to talk it over, try to figure out how the heck they're going to stop this team raining in buckets. 37-25 to score. The Cougars 8 out of 10 from three-point line. They're shooting 81% overall in this game so far, and they lead the Broncos by a dozen. On BroncoAthletics.com, we will be back. It's been quite a display so far. Broncos want to get some points, but more than anything, they need to stop the Cougars. Lawrence thought about the three, didn't want it. 15 on the shot clock for Cal Poly. 5:05 to go in the first half. O'Gundren, pretty fancy little crossover. Lawrence, Dennis, Jeremy for three. In and out. Joe Boyd, the rebound, has it taken away briefly, but he was able to recollect it. And now the Broncos got to get back on defense. Spears thought about the three, finds Alvano. Ethan's three. No, a miss. Boyd, the tip in. Finally missed one, and Joe Boyd on the glass. That's where he is lethal. Rises up high, flicks it home, and it's 39-25 San Marcos. O'Gundren fakes the three. Right side, Lawrence. Up top now, Dennis. Jeremy bouncing with the left hand, handoff to Christmas, back to Dennis in the corner. Jeremy, defense sagging off of him a little bit, kind of daring him to take the shot. He didn't want it. Sullivan fires, left elbow extended. That's in and out. Christmas got held on that rebound. No call. Alvano grabbed him right around the arm. You can see he tried to go up. Clear as day from our angle, and we're on the other end of the court. That's missed. Got to keep playing, though. Down by 14. 4 minutes to go in the first half. Broncos need stops. Spears thought about the three. No. Kiger inside the three-point line. That's too close. Nearly throws it away. It's recollected by Wright. Bart's shot is short. Boyd right into the basket once again. Cleans it up, and it's a 16-point game. This team just got too many weapons right now. They've missed on two consecutive possessions, but Joe Boyd has 4 points as a result of it. Dennis, shimmy shake between the leg dribble, handoff O'Gundren. Jordan spins back to his right, in trouble, looking for help, finds Christmas right corner. William, the pump fake, he spins right, gets to the rim, layup good off glass, and the Broncos, for a moment at least, stem the tide. 14 out of 19, now 15 of 20, for Cal State San Marcos. 41-27, they lead by 14. They're working it over the top now to Boyd. Joe bouncing in the post, spins back to his left, little fadeaway jumper off the mark. They're better just letting somebody shoot a three and see if he can't tip it in. Dennis spinning down the lane, ball stripped and rolls out of bounds. And it'll be basketball to the Broncos on the other side of the timeout. 3:02 to go, first half action. Broncos trail by 14. They're not doing that many things wrong. Cal Poly shooting 48%, but the Cougars 75. Take a break. Back in a flash with the conclusion of half number one. Broncos trail 41-27. Broncos basketball down by 14. It's been a shooting clinic. They haven't outplayed as badly as the numbers might indicate. They just get outshot. Long two-point try. Oh, that's a thing of beauty. Mason Dickerson, a pretty shot. Floats that one in. Nice backspin, good arc. 41-29. You can see what the Broncos see in this young man. He is a shooter. Alvano, they haven't needed him since he scored that quick 10 right out of the chute. It's been the Tyson Kiger show, and Kiger throws it away. O'Gundren, 2-on-1 here. He's going to take it himself, gets wrapped up, score the basket with the left hand, spinning through that thing behind his head, gets it to go, and the Broncos have a chance to get this thing into single digits as O'Gundren heads to the foul line, and it's 41-31 for the moment. They clamp down on Tyson Kiger. He's a different man when he's not just a catch-and-shoot player. Well, boy, can he shoot. You don't see a guy that has taken roughly 80% of his field goal tries from downtown, and he's shooting the second highest percentage of their regulars at 52. 52%. I don't know why he doesn't shoot more. True shooting percentage for this young man is absurd. Too many analytics? All right, that's fair. O'Gundren makes the free throw. It's 41-32. Broncos have trimmed it a little bit from 16 down to 9. A little 7-0 spurt for Cal Poly. Palace into the game, shielding the defense, but not well enough. Dennis takes it away. 3-on-2, pass in front to Lawrence. Dalen slows it up. He didn't have the angle he wanted. And the Broncos will reset. Here comes Dickerson. Peters got away with a moving pick. Dickerson gets blocked by Joe Boyd. Tries to tie him up, but they won't call it. And it is San Marcos basketball. And now Dickerson gets tripped trying to chase down Brian Wright, and he'll get whistled for the foul. That's a youth play. Just didn't get Boyd backed quite far enough under the basket. Joe was able to block Dickerson at one end, then wrench the ball away from him. Still a thin fella, 6'4" freshman. A lot of guys on this team that are going to be pretty darn good. First half of the 1-and-1 is missed. Broncos again catch a break. Brian Wright, just a 60% foul shooter. They don't shoot all that great from the free throw line. I think Jeremy Dennis is going to get called for a palming violation. So the shoulders and the hand went in tandem on that one, unfortunately. Told you, B.J. Foster, the interim head coach at Cal State San Marcos, their second year in transition to Division II basketball. Not yet eligible for postseason play. Soon, though. He's assisted by Ray Johnson, Daniel Freya, and Nate Turner. Action came right into our laps for a minute there. Boyd, defended by Dennis, spins on Jeremy. Tough shot, and they're going to get the foul call. Is it on Dennis? It is. Jeremy not happy about it. He tried to go for the steal maybe a little bit too hard. You make Boyd shoot a spinning left-handed 10, 12-footer. He wasn't even quite to the rim where he wanted to be. And you got what you wanted there. Free throw, no good. Greg Kamansky talking to Dennis. Jeremy, as a redshirt junior, effectively the veteran on this team. Primitivo Gomez, Riverside transfer, who we haven't seen here at home, is the only senior on the roster. Boyd misses both the foul shots, so the Broncos again dodge a bullet. Minute 15 to go, first half, Broncos down 9. If they can get this thing to 7 or 6 going into the break, they'll feel pretty good about themselves. Dennis drives, holds it up high, tries to find a teammate in the corner, but nobody was standing in the corner. I think he thought that Dickerson or Lawrence was going to be waiting as an outlet once he drew the defense in, but those two guys had each moved towards the basket, creating a little bit of a cluster. And a pass from Dennis just went straight into the San Marcos bench. 53 seconds to go now. Broncos looking for another stop. They've been playing much better defense over the last 5 minutes or so. Starting to settle down a bit. And a bunch of missed free throws, too. Brian Wright driving into a double team, kicks it into the corner. A three-point try, no. And a good, strong rebound in traffic by Dalen Lawrence. That was Spears firing from the corner. as he emerged from the pack of people. Ogundren, crossover, nasty looking move, the shot short, and only San Marcos defenders under the basket. And now the Cougars will play for the final shot of the opening frame after the timeout. P.J. Foster wants to set up a play. We'll see how the Broncos work on defending it. Cal Poly has slowed the machine for a minute, and they've clawed back to within single digits at 41-32. 15.3 seconds to go in the half, a 30-second timeout, so we'll keep it right here at BroncoAthletics.com. The numbers in this ballgame so far are a little bit mind-bending in that San Marcos, despite slowing down a little bit over the last 5 minutes, is still shooting 68% from the floor and 8 out of 12 from downtown. After making 8 of their first 10, they've missed their last 2, but neither one of them was Tyson Kiger. The only advantage the Broncos have had in this ballgame is that they've made all 4 of their free throws, and the Cougars are 3 out of 8 at the foul line, or they'd be back out in front by double digits even if they make 60 to 70% of those things instead of 38. The rebounding battle is pretty close. It's just come down to who's made shots. It's very NBA-like. That's who can make buckets. At the college level, sometimes with the zone defense, it can really come down to who can clog things up better, but not tonight. Tonight, whoever makes more shots is winning this ball game, and right now that's the Cougars. 10 seconds to go. Wright drives. Tough shot in traffic. Off glass and scores. And the running clock means the Broncos will not even get a shot off as we move into the halftime break. I hate that running clock. 43-32. The Broncos trail by 11. Could have been worse. Was worse. They were down by as many as 16 at one point, but able to close the half on a 7-2 spurt over the last 4.5 minutes. And they take a little bit of momentum into the halftime break. But a little ways to go yet. 43-32 the score. Broncos down by double digits to a hot shooting Cougars team that went 8 for 12 from downtown, including a perfect 5 for 5 from Tyson Kiger, who leads all scorers with 15 points. We'll take a 14-minute break for the 15-minute halftime. Back with stats from the first half. After that 14-minute respite, we'll tell you what's coming up in the last half of basketball on a Saturday night on the other side of the break. Sit tight, everybody. Enjoy the 13 and a half minutes of silence, and then you're going to have to listen to me talk again after that, so brace yourself. See you later. Second half just about to get going here at Kellogg Arena. The Broncos and the Cougars in what turned into in the opening 12-13 minutes, a hailstorm of three-pointers. Cal State San Marcos went 8 for 12 from downtown in the opening half, including Tyson Kiger, who went a perfect 5 for 5. He leads all scorers with 15 points. Ethan Alvano had a quick 10 out of the shoot, and he still has 10. For the Broncos, Will Christmas has 12. Jordan O'Gunderan's got 10. They did a pretty good job of slowing things down towards the end of that first half. We'll see if they can keep it up. Dennis takes the pass from Cornelius out of the post, misses the three, and up high for the rebound, Josh Spears, big, tall, lanky kid at 6'7". The Aussie brings down the first defensive board of the second half, and the Cougars, leading by 11, have their first possession of our final half of play, all four. Alvano driving into O'Gunderan and travel, the weird ruling. He's not arguing with it. I think he's feeling like he may have committed an offensive foul, so a turnover either way. 6 of 1, half dozen, I suppose. Broncos basketball once again down by 11. O'Gunderan fires for three. Looks good, is good. Drops through, a beautiful little teardrop for Jordan O'Gunderan, who now leads the Broncos in scoring with 13. He's 2 for 2 from downtown, and it's an 8-point ball game. I'm Dan Vespers. Have been since I started this ball game. Have been for 30-some-odd years. Spears from the corner for three. That's good. Good gravy. Good gravy. 46-35. They are now 9 out of 13 from downtown. That is unbelievable. Christmas, he thought about the three. O'Gunderan once again thought about it. Into traffic. Tough shot. Can't get it to go. Wild little dribble drive. Jordan thought he got hit on the play. He might have. A lot of arms and a lot of bodies. Spears along two. Air ball. That one's just going to head straight out of bounds. No. Saved, but to the Broncos. O'Gunderan down the lane. Bounce pass to Sullivan in front of the rim. He scores. Gliding past the defender, avoiding the offensive foul. The Broncos are back into single digits in their deficit once again. It's 46-37. Post-entry pass tipped. Kiger gets it right back. Scores past a flying Jeremy Dennis. A beautiful little give and go with Joe Boyd on the far side. And it's an 11-point game once again. So we reset the halftime mark. 48-37, high-scoring affair. That's not how the Broncos want to play. Sullivan around a screen, back to O'Gunderan, trying to make it 3 for 3, and he does. That one right on target out of his hands. You could see the release. He was standing right in front of us, a perfect line from media row to O'Gunderan to the basket. 3 for 3 from downtown. Jordan's got 16 now, and it's an 8-point game again. So who's going to get a stop? Kiger in the corner, cut off. Pass goes to Wright. Bryan runs into three defenders and just throws it to him. Dennis trying to shield Boyd, runs into Kiger, slows it up, handoff O'Gunderan. Jordan out of Cornelius under the basket. A reverse? No. Oh, they're not going to count the basket. Henry can't believe it. They say the foul came before the shot. There is minimal continuation at the collegiate level, as you may recall. And it'll be out of bounds, Cal Poly basketball. O'Gunderan getting held by Alvano, and he's going to get whistled for it this time. A pretty good little acting job by O'Gunderan. I'm guessing that there's something going on between those guys. And Jordan now just decided to finally make it evident. Christmas will inbound. It comes to O'Gunderan. Now Sullivan will reset things. Handoff to O'Gunderan. He's going to try to make it 4 for 4 from downtown. That one a little bit short. It was on target. Heat check. 48-45, San Marcos. Alvano sprinting into the front court. Thought about trying to go straight down the lane. He was cut off by Sullivan. Instead now to the right side. Right. Over the top, Boyd. Joe too far away. Finds Spears under the basket. He's whacked from behind. No foul? Are they just saying out of bounds? Shot clock at 14. Jeremy Dennis will get the deflection. Boy, it looked like for sure he was going to get contact. Somehow he didn't. 16:54 game clock. Shot clock 14. Boyd takes the inbound, hands it back to Alvano. Ethan bouncing with the left hand, comes up top to Wright, and now to Spears. Around the wing, Kiger back to Boyd to the post. Joe, one dribble, two giant steps, and then Cornelius reached in. He was going to take a really tough shot. And Henry got hit in the gut, and that left arm came down. And Joe Boyd will shoot free throws, although this has been a haunted area of the floor for San Marcos. While they've made everything seemingly in this ball game, boy, they can't get a free throw to go down to save their lives. Listen to this weirdo stat for the night. San Marcos 9 out of 13 from three-point land. They are 3 for 9 at the foul line. 4 for 10. 40% free throw shooting team. And they're shooting 70% from downtown. Can't explain that one. 49-40, Broncos basketball. Ogundren, nice bounce pass. Cornelius running to the rim, has an open lane and scores. Nice easy gliding layup with the left hand. Beautiful little pocket pass from Jordan Ogundren. Got his teammate the easy bucket. 7-point ball game. Broncos inching closer. Spears for three. Too strong. Cornelius the defensive rebound. Broncos a chance to get a little closer. Trailed by as many as 16 in the opening half. Cal Poly's been coming at him. Cornelius right to the rim. Scores with the right hand this time. He's just taking Joe Boyd to task. Boyd a terrific rebounder, but again, not stopping anybody. And the Broncos are within 5. 49-44, timeout San Marcos. And Cal Poly starting to put it together a little bit. Offensively, they are getting easier looks. And defensively, finally, the Cougars are missing a couple of shots. We'll take a little break along with the teams on the floor. 16:03 to go. Broncos trail by 5. Broncos forging the comeback. They're within 5 points for the first time in a while. Uh-oh, Joe Boyd got himself open under the basket. Nice offensive play set up by San Marcos to free their big man, and the Broncos were slow to recover. 51-44, that'll stem the tide for a moment and see if Cal Poly can get it going again on offense. Ogundren to the rim, shot blocked, but a foul, and Jordan is down. He crashed into the stanchion pretty hard, and he's holding his right leg. Let's hope it's just getting clubbed and nothing more. A couple of teammates helping him up, and that'll get us to an immediate timeout. So good timing if indeed they need a minute here. Ogundren shaking it off right now. And I believe, he'll be shooting free throws on the other side. So right back into the commercial break. Thanks again for sticking with us. 75 seconds. We'll get a little more basketball going. Broncos down by 7, 51-44. BroncoAthletics.com. All right, couple of breaks in the books, a timeout, an official timeout, one called by a team. And now, with 15:36 on the clock, Jordan O'Gundren steps to the foul line and calmly cans the first of 2 free shots. Broncos currently down by 6 after that first made free throw. We'll see if O'Gundren can make it 5. He does. And for the Broncos, it's been a strong stretch now, about 10 minutes of basketball. The final 5 of the first half and the first 5 minutes of this second half, they turned a 16-point deficit into a 5-point hole. So they've outplayed their opposition by 11. That is Josh Spears. Knocks down a three-pointer, so I spoke too soon. And O'Gundren yelling at his teammates. He was left alone on the perimeter to try to defend 2 3-point shooters. And for San Marcos, they wisely just separated themselves by an extra couple of feet and got Spears an open look. Lawrence looking to counter. That's short. Cornelius has the offensive rebound. Fires it outside to Christmas. He fires for 3. That is off the mark. Joe Boyd the rebound. Here comes San Marcos. Right firing one to Kiger. Tyson pump fakes, fires 6 for 6 from downtown. Unbelievable. A quick 6 for Cal State San Marcos, and that 5-point hole is back to 11. The Broncos just can't get over the hump. And the long ball is a big reason why. This is an unbelievable shooting display. Sullivan thought about the long deuce, instead dumps it into the post to Cornelius. Henry going to work, can't get it to drop. Rebound volleyball taken in traffic by Alvano, and here he comes. Ethan sprinting up the sideline, dribbles behind the back, handoff, Spears from 28 feet out, it's too short. Sullivan the rebound, gets fouled, no call. 3-on-1, pass to Lawrence, Dalen layup, good, and it's a 9-point game once again. Josh Spears may have shot from a little bit too far away, and O'Gundren now going to get whistled for a foul, hand check. That is now 11 for 16 from downtown. Cal State Santa Marcos shooting still roughly 70%. 11 for 17 after that miss, so they dropped below 70 now. 65% from three-point land. Unbelievable. 33 points on 17 shots from downtown. They've made 11 of them. That is tough to stop. Spears, he's too far away. You don't have to come that far. Ryan Wright, back to Spears. Josh pump fakes, drives to the rim, gets hit by Lawrence, scores the basket. Dalen annoyed with himself, slams the basketball down. And Spears, wisely here, San Marcos, they've made so many threes, the pump fakes have become a weapon. He took it right to the rack. And a chance for a three-point play for the LMU transfer. And he completes it. So an old-fashioned three-point play to add to the newfangled ones. Spears now with 12. He's got 3 3-pointers. Kiger has 6. Alvano has 2. Nikhil Peters into the game for the Broncos. Lawrence, O'Gundren, Jordan trying to take it all by himself. A wild shot, just goes straight out of bounds. Jeremy Dennis going to get called back into the ballgame. I don't know what you can do. Broncos doing everything they can, but they've run into a buzzsaw. San Marcos will not miss from downtown tonight. Tyson Kiger, who has actually made a 2-pointer as well, is 7 for 7 from the field for 20 points. Not taking too many bad shots. Joe Boyd wide open under the basket. The Broncos now have fallen apart. Defensive breakdown. The coaching staff just kind of looking at each other just to my left as if to say, what are we going to do here? Frustration starting to boil over a little bit. Jeremy Dennis, Dickerson, Peters for 3. Nikhil shot wide left. Boyd the rebound. There's just not much you can do when you're taking the ball out from under the basket every time. And the Cougars shooting the lights out. Spears, there's Bodie. Dayton struggling with the dribble, somehow controls it. Dickerson a brilliant block, but they're going to say he pushed him with the offhand. And Bodie will go to the foul line. It's a 14-point game right now, 62-48. Cougars are out rebounding the Broncos. They are out shooting the Broncos. Turnovers are actually pretty close. Broncos have been a little bit better in that department. It's just been the foul line. That's been the only spot where the Cougars haven't been able to make anything, and now they're doing that too. Broncos going to take a timeout. They got to figure out what they can do. You thought maybe halftime would cool off San Marcos, but it didn't. They're making everything, and they're making it no matter how far away they're standing. 63-48, Cal State University at San Marcos. Are out in front of the Broncos here, trying to wipe the home floor with them in a shooting exhibition, the likes of which I haven't seen here in this arena in 4 years. 12 and a half minutes to go. We'll take a break. Just a 30-second timeout, so we hop right back into the action. Dan Vespers with you here at Kellogg Arena. Second free throw for Bodie is good, and it's a 16-point game. So the Broncos had it down to 5, and then just whammo. I mean, like a roundhouse. A couple of three-pointers, a three-point play, a couple of free throws, and boom, 5 became 16. 11-0 run. Schaefer working with the dribble. He doesn't look comfortable. Handoff now Lawrence. Dalen along the right wing. Chest pass up top Peters. McKill crosses over. Fires it back to Schaefer along the right side. Riley dribbling, spinning. Throws a scoop shot up that did not draw iron. Shot clock was winding down. San Marcos the rebound again. Ryan Wright sprinting across the timeline. Getting into the offense with 25 left on the shot clock. Kiger. Palace. Big boy taking up space inside. Bodie has it straight away. Legs spread apart. Looked like he was thinking about driving. He decided he didn't want to. Right into the corner. Spears for 3. That's good. Unbelievable. Peters was breathing down his neck. I mean, Nikhil looked like he may have even had a finger within a nail's reach of that shot, and it didn't matter. It's a 19-point game. Dickerson spinning baseline. He's cut off. Gives it back outside to Schaefer. Now Lawrence. Dalen to Peters. Nikhil to answer for 3. That's wide right. Rebound knocked way up in the sky. Finally grabbed by Dayton Bodie, and he's going one-on-one with Dickerson. Dayton right down the lane. Fouled by 2 defenders. And he'll shoot a couple of free throws. And this one's starting to get out of hand now. The Broncos can't get shots to drop this half. And San Marcos, it's still going on. I can't believe what I'm witnessing. They are now 12 out of 18 from three-point land. They're a good three-point shooting team. Make no mistake, there are a handful of guys on this club that can really shoot. Spears, 46% from downtown. Kiger, 52. Alvano, 43. But not this. This is nuts. 67-48 media timeout on the floor. Broncos trail by 19, and they just can't stop the flood. You know, part of the strategy for the Broncos year in and year out is to force teams away from the basket, because generally at this level you got a handful of really good shooters and you can kind of focus on them. You know, if Kiger was the one guy, for instance, on this San Marcos team, they could leave someone like a Christmas or a Dennis or a Lawrence on him and just let those long wingspan guys try to slow him down, get in his head a little. But when they leave their guys, when there's space, as Lawrence fires for three, that's short. Spears hits a three. Alvano hits a three. There's just no stopping him. And when they close out, that leaves guys open under the basket, like Boyd. And as a result, the Broncos trail by 20 on their home floor. They're just getting shellacked here tonight. Alvano, he's been quiet, haven't needed him. Kicks it outside to right. Bryan driving away from the basket, hands it off to Palace, buried way in the corner. Back to Alvano, 6 on the shot clock to right. Bryan driving, gets a man in the air, fires over him, shot no, tip no, third tip no, rebound Christmas. They had some chances, couldn't get him to drop. William across the timeline, floats it ahead to Dennis right under the basket. Jeremy, a pump fake, gets one defender in the air and scores before anybody else can recover. So the Broncos down by 18 now, 68-50. They need a few more of those before the night is done. The team's shooting worse from inside the three-point line. There's Kiger, and then everybody comes flying at him. And, of course, that leaves Alvano open in the paint. His shot rims out. Dayton Bodie, the rebound, gets grabbed, scores anyway, and screams into the rafters. As Dayton Bodie now a chance for the old-fashioned three-point play. And that's just a ransacking. One of the other notes, a team shooting this often from downtown, there's a lot of long rebounds, which makes rebounding as a whole more difficult, especially if you're the smaller team, which the Broncos are. They are shorter, long-armed club, very good defensively, big wingspan team, but when those balls are kicking way outside, if you're a big guy, you can just sort of take up space. Chris Sullivan gets hammered on his way to the rack. He'll shoot a couple of free throws. Broncos down 21 with 9:53 to go. Shooting 44%. That's usually enough to keep the game close. But again, Cal State San Marcos, they have figured out they've cracked the code tonight to basketball. And the code is make every three-pointer you take and nobody can stop you. 12 out of 18 from downtown. Wow. Sullivan shooting 2 free throws. There's a shooting foul. He makes the first. Chris, 7 out of 10 at the line so far this year. 4th leading scorer on the team. Well, Gundren averaging 15 a ball game. He leads the club. Dennis at 12, and then Christmas at 10, the freshman. They get immediate impact. Second free throw is good. Sullivan, a redshirt sophomore. He's got a few more years of eligibility. Jeremy Dennis, redshirt junior. He's one of the older guys on the team. But again, only one senior on this club. And he's not playing. Primitivo Gomez. Alvano double-teamed along the baseline. Spins out of trouble. Bodie, right, Ryan into traffic. Gets pushed by Lawrence. That off arm got into his chest. Lawrence doesn't like it. The whole team is talking to the officiating crew. It's frustration now. Much as I'd like to say that they got job, did look like he put a hand right into the stomach of Wright as he was taking the shot. You just can't get an arm extended like that, even if you didn't shove him. When a guy's facing up on you, you can't touch him. Body to body when he's driving, but that's it. Don't get a hand out there. Officials are going to call that every time. But again, that's the stress right now. The Broncos went with their typical game plan of really crowding the paint, forcing teams to beat you with jump shots. And the time when that doesn't work is when a team beats you with jump shots. Careless turnover, Cal Poly gives it right back to San Marcos. They can start to wind clock if they want. Alvano, whoa, what in the world? Bodies just whacking into one another now, and the officials said whatever as long as the same team has it. 72-52. Cougars out in front. Bodie fakes a pass, drives into the key. Bounce pass back behind him now to right. Ryan around a screen from Dayton. Jump stop at the free throw line. Bounce pass Kiger from the corner. He missed. Unbelievable. Okie dokie. Well, now who knows what might happen. Dickerson for 3. Got it. Oh, that's a pretty shot. That kid's got a feathery touch. 17-point ball game. You don't throw in the towel ever. If Tyson Kiger suddenly decides that he won't make every single shot, you just never know. That was a traveling. Yeah. Call came a little bit tardy, but it was the right one. Dayton Bodie terminated his dribble and then just kept walking. 8:26 to go, Broncos basketball. You know, a shot here makes this thing sort of interesting. Henry Cornelius, along with Christmas, Sullivan, Dickerson, and O'Gundren. Cornelius driving, Dickerson trying another one from the corner. That one off the front of the iron. Rebound, whoop, fell right into the hands of Henry Cornelius. Christmas stutter step, right side. Sullivan fakes the three, outside O'Gundren. Jordan, whoops, forgot the basketball, dives on the ground, saves it. Dickerson into traffic, opposite wing, Christmas, wide open three-pointer, no. And then the rebound, Boyd, and he walked. Wow. I thought Sullivan hit him. That call goes in Cal Poly Pomona's favor, and they'll take it. And it'll be Broncos basketball on the other side of the timeout. Just keep fighting. Down by 17, 7.5 minutes to go. You never know. If the Cougars start missing from downtown, almost anything could happen. Might even get a few runouts. Take a break. 72-55 the score. San Marcos out in front. Scratch and claw and fight and battle, and you never know what might happen. Broncos down 17, 7:50 to go. Day of Vespers here at Kellogg Arena. And Cal State San Marcos may be due for a miss or two. That's what the Broncos are hoping. Sullivan, handoff Christmas. William gets himself into trouble. They'll work it back to O'Gundren left wing. Jordan drives, two big dribbles, gets to the rim, shot no good. Might have been partially deflected. It looked like somebody may have got a finger on the ball as he was driving by them. And it seemed like it twisted him ever so slightly. San Marcos has the rebound. They'll try to wind clock on every possession now. It is the enemy of the Broncos. Bounce pass, Kiger in the corner. Broncos swarming towards him. That left a couple people open, but San Marcos didn't push the issue. They're still trying to run things down a little. Spears the pump fake. Glider in the lane. Good. Whoa. They have so many D1 transfers on this team. I don't know how you get them all at the same time. Somebody did something right. Christmas under the basket. Reverse right-handed layup. Good. William Christmas, a nice play. That's a play that really should be utilized more at this level. Most guys just aren't fast enough to defend both sides of the rim. Alvano pretending to walk into a three. Nobody thought he was actually going to do it, not with 20 on the shot clock. Under 7 minutes to go. Whoops, bounce pass goes through media row and out of bounds. San Marcos losing their focus here a little bit. Built up a big lead, and they've kind of taken their foot off the gas now. Six and a half minutes to go. Broncos would love a quick 2 or 3. Christmas driving. No room to operate. Dickerson, now Sullivan. Chris straight away, crossover, working behind him to Dickerson. Mason has it poked away, goes off Sullivan and out of bounds, and that'll be ball to the Cougars. So Dickerson, a brilliant shooter, but having some rookie struggles with taking care of the basketball. There's all these things that these guys will learn over time. Got to keep that dribble out in front. Don't let the defender reach around after beating them. Little things. Man, good young basketball players, though. These guys are hanging tough with a bunch of D1 guys. I love the backstory. Spears driving, finds Boyd running to the basket, who misses the first, but gets his own tip and puts that in. Apologizes to his teammate for costing him an assist on the way back down the floor, and it's back to a 19-point game again. Now starting to run out of time. Broncos running their offense, see if they can't get a good shot. Cornelius foul on his way to the basket. He'll shoot a couple of free throws with 5:42 to go.
Foul starts with Cougars number 21, Joe Boyd. That's his second personal foul, 15th foul. At the line, shooting two. Henry Cornelius.
Henry Cornelius to the foul line. Misses the first. He had made his, his first free throws of the game. Cornelius 4 points and 3 rebounds tonight. Nikhil Peters checks in for the Broncos. Second free throw off the mark as well. Boyd, another rebound. He quietly gets a few of those every ball game. He now has 11 and 11. That's like the quietest double-double I think you've seen in a while. Just a few tip-ins and a bunch of defensive rebounds. But that goes a long way. Spears leaps in the air, finds Alvano in the opposite corner. Ethan, jab step, drives baseline. Dalen Lawrence cuts him off. May have traveled. Instead kicks it to Spears in the right corner for three. No. Rebound, volleyballed by Boyd. Alvano had it. Bodies on the ground. Ogundren down. Alvano down. And Brian Wright collects the loose ball. You heard that loud thump. I heard it clear as day. I don't know how it came through on the broadcast. Alvano dribbling out towards center court to Wright. Now to Spears in left corner. Josh drives. Bounce pass inside to Boyd. Boyd's shot not close. Christmas contested. And Boyd looks like it just slipped. Ogundren. Lawrence. Dalen fires from the right corner. Whoa, hit the side of the backboard. Greg Kamansky, hands together behind his back. Looks like the character from Despicable Me. Is that Gru? Head down, hands behind him. This one just not going according to plan. Boyd in the post working on Cornelius. Joe not looking at the basket, draws a foul anyway. And that is team foul number 8 on the Broncos. So it'll be 1-and-1 time for Joe. Say Joe Boyd 9 times fast. I dare you. You'll eventually say Joyd. But you're also not a paid broadcaster, so, therefore, I deliver myself a demerit. No points for me. 76-57. Boyd's free throw is good. He finally made one. He's 1 out of 5 at the foul line tonight, but again, 12 points, 12 rebounds for Boyd, including 3 tip-ins on the offensive glass. He has 6 of his 12 points right off of 3 rebounds. Misses the second free throw. Broncos outlet to Christmas. They're trying to work quickly, but there may not be enough possessions left now. We're around 4 minutes to go. Broncos trail by 20. The lead has pretty much held steady now, but the three-pointer's just not dropping. Alvano takes it away from Lawrence. Dalen takes it back, and a scrum. Oh, and now we got a little something brewing. Alvano trying to push Lawrence off of him. Dalen took offense to it. He got in Ethan's face. Boyd came in. He got fired up. And now the Broncos coaching staff calling him over. I still don't know where the ball is. It's a held ball, so I think the possession arrow is pointed at San Marcos right now, but it may have been at the Broncos and they just flipped it. Well, we've got a media timeout to figure it out at least. 3:59 to go. Broncos trail by 20. And we will step aside. This one's starting to get a little bit ugly. I believe that Ethan Alvano was assessed a technical foul. Currently, Jordan Ogundren is shooting 2 free throws by himself, so presumably there was a tee on somebody. I don't know if it went both directions. No, it did not. So Alvano drew the technical. Dalen Lawrence was not punished for what was sort of a borderline retaliation. He just kind of stared him down and got back in his face, but it was Alvano who shoved Lawrence off of him and kind of started the thing. And I got to give credit to the officiating crew for not punishing everybody, but just the instigator. Step back 3 for Christmas, no. Dalen Lawrence trying to go high for the rebound, almost hit the deck, and I think they're going to be a foul charged to San Marcos. Who's it on? It's on Alvano. I'm not sure what for on this one. An illegal box out of some kind. Alvano is yelling at the official now. He's pretty close to getting himself punted out of this thing. That kid's got to be careful. He's already got a tee. If he gets another one, his coach didn't do much to calm him down. E.J. Foster talking to him. Well, he calmed himself down. Dalen Lawrence misses the free throw, and now a loose ball foul going to go against Will Christmas. So they've tightened it up now. No more funny business in this ball game, and we'll see if that changes the way the end of this thing takes place. There's 3:46 on the game clock. We may have a couple free throws down the stretch.
At the line, shooting 101, Cougars, 21, Joe Boyd.
77-59. Cougars lead. Boyd on the 1-and-1 misses the front end. So both sides miss the front end of the 1-and-1. Broncos racing. They got to move quick. Ogundren bounce pass to Lawrence. Back to Ogundren in the right corner. He's moving quickly, maybe too fast. Lawrence going to fire for 3 straight away. It's a little bit short. Rebound tipped up in the air, grabbed by Josh Spears, and a possession now to Cal State San Marcos. Oh, they're winding clock. This possession ought to get us to about the 3-minute mark in a ball game that is effectively done. Broncos sort of had one shot. When they got it to 17 with 7.5 minutes left, you thought maybe 1 or 2 shots in a row and that might change it, but whoop, that'll do it. Josh Spears knocks down another 3-pointer, and it's 80-59, and that pretty much puts the super glue on the wood coffin. The nail was in it. But you never know. Sometimes you can pry a nail loose. Nail and glue, that's trouble. Story of this ball game is pretty clear, though. Offensive foul now going to go against the Broncos. Turns it back over to San Marcos. The Cougars have hit 13 three-pointers in 21 tries. They're shooting 62% from downtown. And it's not like that's 3 out of 5. You know, not a wimpy little 60%. This is almost half of their attempts in the ballgame. They've shot better from three-point land than they have from inside the arc. They've shot way better from everywhere than the free throw line. The only place the Broncos have an advantage in this game is at the charity stripe, but it certainly has not been enough. Tigers got it. He did his damage early. They haven't needed him late. Tyson got 20. Right, crossover dribble with 7 on the shot clock. Tiger fakes a pass, now gives it up to Spears. Josh driving baseline, fires a pass to nobody. Jordan Ogundren has it, and then Bodie just pushes him. Why you just shove him there? That goofy play. You're up by 21 points, just let it go. So that'll send Ogundren to the foul line. Chance to put a few extra points in your career ledger in a game largely decided. Jordan's got 20 tonight, by the way. 1-1, and he makes the first. Ogundren 8 out of 8 at the foul line. 21 points, 2 boards, 2 assists, 2 steals, only 1 turnover. 5 out of 13 from the field. 2 for 9 inside the three-point line. 3 for 4 from outside. So the feathery touches there, but the layups have not. Will Christmas has quietly played a pretty nice ball game too, but again, they just couldn't stop San Marcos. Not tonight. Cal State's night to shine. The long ball. raining in buckets. Brian Wright, abrupt movements, fires from the left elbow, shot no good. Christmas comes flying in to take the rebound away from Boyd. 19-point game as Will drives down the lane, knocks Spears to the ground, an offensive foul, gives it right back to the Cougars. Well, that'll happen when you're trying to play as quickly as humanly possible. You've got basically 4 possessions to get 19 points. And I don't think that there's enough time for it. Cougars are going to empty their bench. B.J. Foster bringing in Stephon Payne, the 6-foot freshman, Alec Frank, another redshirt freshman, Devin Copeland, junior transfer from Monterey Peninsula Junior College, Jordan Jefferson, the Citrus College transfer in his second year with the program. And then Boyd's going to stay out there, presumably so somebody can get a rebound. Joe has 13 of them tonight. Bodie's got 7. Nobody on the Broncos has more than 6. That's Christmas. Cal Poly doing likewise, whatever bodies they got left. Bertram Mack into the game for the Broncos. Or Gundren tries for the steal, kicks it out of bounds. Justin Young back in there along with Christmas. Getting a look at Primitivo Gomez. He played in 12 games with Riverside last year. He's a senior, so this will be the last year of eligibility for him. Finishing things up, seeing a lot of faces that we hadn't seen all night long. That's Copeland with the basketball. Jefferson back to Copeland. Devin driving 2 giant steps into the corner, and the shot blocked. Bertram Mack got a finger on the Alec Frank 3-point try. Ball sails out of bounds. Last touch by Bertram. Snags himself a block. Alhambra kid. 3-pointer, that's good. Oh, it's not funny if you're a Broncos fan, but it's just everybody tonight. That was Alec Frank from downtown. O'Gundren, hesitation dribble gets the foul. It'll be go against Devin Copeland, so O'Gundren back to the line.
Foul starts for Cougars, number 23, Alec Frank. That's his first personal foul. 19 foul.
Pretty remarkable. 14 out of 23 from downtown. And one of them was blocked. Who knows? That might have gone in. It really is very difficult to beat a team that scores 42 points on 23 shots. Broncos shooting 41.5% from the field. They haven't been bad offensively in this ball game. Second free throw rims out for O'Gundren. And only so many times in one broadcast you can say one thing, but, you know, that's the story tonight. San Marcos hit a ton of 3-pointers, 14 of them. I don't know if we have the stats on most 3-pointers made against Cal Poly in history, but this has got to be up there. It's tough to make 14 in a 40-minute game. NBA teams almost never get to that point. Mack gonna fire from the elbow, knocks it down. Good-looking shot. Bertram Mack. Elbow extended, 2-point jumper, good, 83-64. So Bertram a block and a deuce as this ball game winds down. Mack, by the way, a redshirt freshman, so he's another young guy who was with the team last year, learning on the fly. Very lean. He's going to need to put on a little bit of weight. A lot of these young guys are, and a palming violation going to go against Jordan Jefferson. And the Broncos now will get what will probably be the final possession of the ball game. 17 seconds left. Cal Poly trailing by 19. A ball game that got away at about the 14-minute mark of the second half. Broncos had cut what was at one point a 16-point hole down to 5, and then boom, the ceiling came in very quickly too. Young's shot is off the mark. Rebound to Gomez. His shot blocked. Rebound Stephon Payne, who fires it out in front, and Alec Frank will just wind the clock out. Buzzer sounds, ball game over. The Broncos will walk back to the locker room and wonder what the heck their opponents ate today, because the Cougars of San Marcos, whatever they did all day today, they should do it every single ball game. They went nuts. Shot 57% from the field, 61% from downtown on 14 out of 23 beyond the 3-point line. They were led by Josh Spears and Tyson Kiger, who combined in this ball game to shoot 17 3-pointers, and they made 11 of them, combining for 40 points in the contest between those two guys on 22 combined shots and only one free throw. So that tells you how quickly you can get points when the shots are falling. 5 Cougars in double figures tonight. Ethan Alvano had 10 in the first 4 minutes of the game and didn't score the rest of the way. Joe Boyd had 12 and 14, a double-double. And Brian Wright, he had 10 points and it just went back down to 9. So only 4 Cougars in double figures. For the Broncos, Jordan O'Gundren had 23 to lead Cal Poly Pomona, including 10 of 11 from the foul line. William Christmas continues to impress the young fella, 14, 6, and 3. Jeremy Dennis had 6 points and 3 steals in the ball game. But for the Broncos, again, all the good things that they did tonight were just outweighed by the fact that Cal State San Marcos would not miss no matter what they did. Kiger shot a bunch of open ones, certainly, and he made those, but they knocked down shots with hands in the face. Spears 5 for 10, Kiger 6 out of 7 from three-point land, and by the time all those three-pointers were done going through, the Broncos were down by 15. Things got chippy, guys got into a little bit of a scrum on the floor, and the ball game ended in kind of ugly fashion, 83-64, the final score. A rough night for Broncos basketball here on this Saturday, December the 10th. A forgettable evening. The women played a heck of a ball game, lost in overtime. The men just got run right out of their own building. But the beauty of sports is, at least if it's not the last game of the season, usually have a chance to pick things up and do it again. And certainly for this Broncos team, with only one senior on the roster, they're going to have a lot of chances to do it again. The young guys improving on a day-by-day basis, but it is a really good CCAA conference this year. And if you don't defend that three-point line against this team, you're going to lose the ball game. That's what we saw tonight. Broncos' next game is Thursday. You don't have to wait very long. They'll be right back here at home on Thursday and Saturday of next week. So a lot of home games coming up over this little stretch. It'll be Cal State East Bay on at 5:30 and 7:30, the women and the men. And then a week from today, Cal State San Bernardino is here at Kellogg Arena. So 4 home games coming up, 2 for each, the men and the women. This coming week, a chance to try to get a little bit of revenge, a chance to bounce back off of a couple of losses tonight. Once again, both women and men fall on this Saturday night, and whatever you do with the rest of your evening, I ask you, as always, to please do it safely, especially if it involves driving in Los Angeles. I'm Dan Vespris. Have a wonderful week. Can't wait to catch up with everybody again on Thursday. For everybody here at Cal Poly Pomona, especially our friends on Media Row, have a wonderful night. We'll talk to you soon.